Hello everyone, hola a todos. Miner Mole here, the miners of moles. Miner Mole aquí, el mero mero topo minero. I'm gonna need to see if everything works. Voy a tener que revisar si todo funciona. Alright. And unfortunately, TikTok is not cooperating with me today. Que desafortunadamente TikTok no está cooperando conmigo. So unfortunately, if you wanted to watch from TikTok, desafortunadamente si querían ver desde TikTok, it is refusing to let me. Está negándome la oportunidad de hacer esto en vivo para los de TikTok. Okay. Now I actually do wanna share these. Yo también quiero compartir estos. Just let me hold on. Let me share where I'm streaming from. Déjame compartir por donde estoy haciendo estos en vivos para que me puedan ver ahí también. I mean, you know, just so y'all can see me there too. No, not that. Ugh. Okay, hold on. I'm going to send these first. Voy a mandar estos primero. Hold on. Okay, let's see if how things are on Kick. A ver cómo está todo en Kick. How things are on Kick. A ver cómo está todo en Kick. Alright, Kick tells me it's fine. Kick me dice que todo está bien. Alright, Kick tells me it's fine. Kick me dice. How about Twitch? ¿Qué tal en Twitch? Let's see, a ver. Twitch. Let's see, a ver. Twitch seems to be fine too. Twitch también parece estar bien. Now let's see YouTube vertical. A ver, YouTube vertical. How about Twitch? ¿Qué tal en Twitch? Sí, a ver. YouTube vertical is doing fine. El YouTube vertical también está bien. Now how about horizontal YouTube? Ahora YouTube horizontal. Twitch seems to be fine too. Okay, everything's good. Todo está bien. Now let me actually do the things. Ahora hacer las cosas. Okay. Hold on. Where is it? ¿Dónde está? Okay, I'm gonna need to do something about this. Tengo que hacer algo de esto. I don't need the Elgato right now. No necesito el Elgato ahorita. I do need this, pero sí necesito esto. I may want to move myself up. Quizás me quiero moverme arriba. Where in the world is it? ¿En dónde está esto? There it is. Ahí está. Alright. There I am. Ahí estoy. infinity loop, el loop infinito. Alright. Now let's see if this works. Ahora a ver si esto funciona. Where is it? ¿Dónde lo dejé? Okay, no, not that one. Ese no. Although that one's really good too. Aunque ese también es un juego chido. This one, este mero. Okay, I might want to hide the minor mole thing too. Creo que también esconde la cosa que es de minor mole también. Is it too loud on your end? Está muy fuerte en sus puntos. Okay, no, ya moving myself back down here. Voy a moverme de más aquí abajo también. Okay. Or should I actually adjust the screen too? Acomoda esta pantalla también mejor. Should I do it this way? ¿Debo de hacerlo de esta manera o no? Okay, no, I want this one, quiero esto. I'm gonna leave it like that for now. Voy a dejarlo así por ahora. I don't know. It'll look weird. Eso se va a mirar raro. You know, fine. My Nermole's coming back. Está bien, va a regresar mi Nermole. What is this? ¿Qué es esto? What is this? ¿Qué es esto? Is that us? ¿Somos nosotros? Yeah, is that us? ¿Somos nosotros? I know. Oh no. Or, you mean, oh yes? O quizás quiere decir, ah, sí. A ver, ¿qué dices? I might lower it a little bit. Okay, how is the audio on your end? Okay, let me check actually. Déjame revisar más bien. Trying to see. Do you think I'm fine enough in volume? ¿Creen que estoy bien en el volumen? Or how about the game? ¿O qué tal el juego también? Oh yeah, I probably do need to be closer to the mic. Quizás sí tengo que estar más cerca del micrófono. I'm gonna take it for now as is on YouTube. Creo que con YouTube ahorita lo voy a tomar como está ahorita. Try again, Twitch and Kick. A ver de nuevo Twitch y Kick. Alright. A ver, ¿qué más? So I guess I could do quick actions too, ¿puedo hacer acciones rápidas también? But I don't know. Oh, channel points are unavailable right now. Puntos de canales ahorita no están disponibles. Okay, well, good to know that it's definitely working on Twitch. Qué bueno que saber que sí está definitivamente funcionando en Twitch. Ahora a ver Kick. Now let's also see Kick. I'll take that for now, yeah. Acepto eso. Digo, sí, acepto eso. I'll accept that. Alright. I wonder, is Minermole gonna raise me up? ¿Se va a querer juntar conmigo Minermole? I don't know. Let's see, or would it be me? O tal vez sería conmigo. There's only one way to find out. A ver. Solo hay una manera para saber, para confirmar. Oh, or worse yet, is it gonna be someone else? O tal vez peor aún, va a ser alguien más. Again, we shall see. Como dije de nuevo, ahorita tenemos que ver, ¿ok? Alright, está fine. Está bien. Alright. And I think my food should be arriving any minute. Creo que mi comida sí va a llegar en algún punto. In 2 minutes. En 2 minutos. Or 1 o 1. So let's check out what else there is. Ahora a ver qué más hay. Alright. Ok, it's almost here. Ya casi llega. Ok, just because I don't want there to be any copyright while I'm gone, solo porque no quiero que haya copyright cuando no esté, I'm gonna press quit for now. Voy a apachurrarle a salirme por ahora. Okay, I promise I'll be back. Les prometo que ahorita regreso. Alright, I'm back. Ahora sí, ya regresé. Let me actually get this started again. Ahora comenzar esto de nuevo. Oh, I am excited to play this. Not just for me, but for y'all as well. Digo, estoy muy emocionado para jugar esto, digo, con y por ustedes, digo. No solo para mí, pero también para ustedes. Alright, hold on, esperen. Just appreciate this artwork. Aprecien este trabajo de arte. I keep moving the wrong one. Siempre sigo moviendo el incorrecto. Alright, there you go. Ahí está. Ahí mero. O como digo, así mero es. Alright. For my girlfriend, para mi novia. Alright. Let's start and look at this stuff. Ahora ver todas estas cosas. Of course, I got nothing, yo. Claro, no tengo nada. Oh, alright. There are automatic and quick ones. Si hay unas automáticas y, pues, rápidas. Alright. Let's try looking at more stuff. Para ver otras cosas más. Auto forward time? Oh yeah, full screen. Oh wait, shoot. Shoot, did I screw this up? ¿Hice esto mal? Okay. Seriously, I have to play it like this. Yo so y'all can see it. Tengo que jugarlo de esta manera para que ustedes vean. That sucks. Eso no es chido. Que chale. Que eso no los deja. It's a shame that doesn't let y'all. I guess I'm gonna do it this way. Bueno, lo voy a hacer de esta manera. And if this ever gets edited, por si acaso esto va a quedar editado. And of course, only show the game portion and other relevant things. Claro, pues solo enseñen la porción del juego y pues lo que va a ser relevante. Anyways, bueno, de todos modos. Let's see all this. A ver todo esto. Hey. Album. We got one for everyone. Tenemos uno para todos. Looks like Pomni has the most. Pomni tiene la más. Jax parece que... Jax Ragate y Gangle menos. Jax Ragate y Gangle less. And Zubul in the middle. Y luego Zubul en medio. Alright. Help. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, we can do this with a mouse too. Okay, podemos hacer esto con el ratón también. Okay, I'm gamepad. Okay, dude, I can use my not my PlayStation, my Xbox controller. Puedo usar mi control de Xbox. Yeah. Oh, I can roll the earlier dialogue. Puedo irme a diálogo de anterior. Wow. I can go to later dialogue too y también irme a diálogo de posterior. The heck is a middle click? Oh, hide the user interface. Okay. Okay, you know what? As much as I love my, controllers, lo más que me gusten los controles. I think I'm just gonna stick to the mouse for this one. Creo que me quedaré con el ratón para este. Cajeta. Alright. Okay, let's actually continue. Ahora continuar. Preferences, I think we're fine, ¿verdad? Estamos bien, ¿verdad? I don't want to skip anything yet. No quiero saltar nada ahorita. Let's start a comenzar. Oh, nice! You got this stuff down here. Tenemos esta cosa aquí abajo. Let's read. A leer. Disclaimer. This game is this game is fan-made and is in no way officially affiliated or endorsed by Glitch Productions or Gooseworks. All events and interactions in this game are not canon. Please do not reach out or harass anyone on Glitch's production team about this game. This game contains bright flash transitions. I was about to say traditions. Estuve a punto de decir tradiciones. A ver. Let's see. Hold on, I need to check that out. Tengo que revisar eso. Alright, it was nothing. No fue nada. No fue nada. It's like, I'm not surprised Kick doesn't have a category for this. Yo, no me sorprende que Kick no tenga una categoría para esto. But Twitch, having one, pero Twitch teniendo una. That is impressive that they have one for fan games. Digo, es impresionante que Twitch tenga para juegos fans. YouTube does not surprise me. Digo, YouTube no me sorprende de que no tenga, I mean, that it doesn't have one. But I don't care as much about that one, pero no me importa tanto de ese. As long as I can title it, con que le pueda dar título, está bien. It's fine. Alright. I mean, I already said what I have to say in English for this. Ya dije lo que tenía que decir, digo, sobre esto en inglés. Spanish, en español. Este juego es hecho por los fans y no tiene, y de ninguna manera es oficialmente afiliado o, bueno, o digamos, endorsed. Really? Ok, que tampoco es endorsado. No es ni afiliado ni endorsado por Glitch Productions o Gooseworks. Todos los eventos e interacciones en este juego no son canon. Por favor, no nos comuniquemos, ni mucho menos que andemos molestando a cualquier persona en el equipo de Glitch Production, digo, sobre este juego. Y también lo último. Este juego contiene transiciones de ay, disculpa, flashes brillosos. Brillos intensos, vamos a decir. Alright, let's move forward. Ahora, empezar. A proceder. Welcome to the amazing digital dating simulator. A slice of lifestyle school setting where anything and everything is possible. I'm Kane. I'll be your principal for the duration of your stay here at the amazing Digital Academy. Help your classmates pull pranks on the teacher. Become a straight-A student or a rule-breaking delinquent. All this while possibly finding love along the way. But enough about my wonderful creation. Let's get you enrolled. First things first, what uniform will you be donning? This one. Looks like some My Hero Academia uniform. Parece como un uniforme de My Hero Academia. Well, I guess probably any anime that involves schools. Bueno, quizás tal vez de cualquier anime que involucra escuelas. Anyways, bueno. Sounds good. How about your name? What should we call you? Alright. This is where I type. Aquí es donde escribo. Minor Mole, huh? Are you sure you like that name? Yep, that's my name, and when you say it that way, I'm not sure. Sí, me gusta ese. Sí, ese es mi nombre. Pero cuando lo dices de esa manera, no estoy seguro. Yes, that is my name. Sí, ese es mi nombre. Por supuesto. Oh, no, let me try this. Well, righty then. Sorry, I have to sound like. Okay, I think it's from Dumb and Dumber, but it's definitely from Jim Carrey. Yo creo que es de Dumb and Dumber, pero definitivamente es de Jim Carrey. Okay, now I'm gonna go back to my Kane voice. Ahora bueno, voy a regresar a mi voz de Kane. Alrighty then, Minor Mole. Then let's head inside. Hi, my name is Minor Mole. I'm a transfer student to the amazing Digital Academy. My parents moved to the countryside after a vague, tragic event that has changed the course of our lives. After I said goodbye to all my old friends, my parents got my transcripts and packed up the car. Today is my first day at this new school. I glanced down at my class schedule. This should be English 101 with Mr. Kinger. So, where is the teacher? As I step into the room to let any other students that might be late to class, someone else hops into the room. The figure looks like a tall white piece from a gaming set. Specifically, he looks like a king in chess. It takes me a moment to put two and two together, but when I do, I almost groan at the pun. Surely his name can't really be... hello. Hello. My name is Kinger. You must be pleased to meet me. Mr. Kinger extends a gloved hand, which I shake more out of instinct than out of a genuine sense of excitement. Good morning, students. On the docket today, we have a new student named... what's your name again? What should I go with? ¿Con cuál comienzo? ¿Con cuál digo? Hello everyone, I'm Minor Mole. I look forward to hearing you. I look forward to learning with you and all. And I hope we can be friends. I'm Minor Mole. Don't mess with me and we'll be good. I'm Minor Mole and I'm always down for a good time. So, should I go neutral, aggressive, or chill? ¿Qué piensan? ¿Neutral, agresivo, o más así relajado? I'll go neutral. Voy a ir neutral. Right on. Go on and take any open seat, Minor Mole. Most of our students don't bite. One of the other students, a purple rabbit, seems to grin at this. Like, ugh. I take a moment to think of who to sit by. Okay. I take a seat next to the girl in colorful hat and sailor uniform. So, Pomni, entonces Pomni? I sit next to the shy-looking girl with a comedy mask and a ribbon body. Gangle? I sit next to the mismatched figure with a bored look on their face. Zooble? I sit down next to the cheery-looking ragdoll in the front of the class. Ragatha? Or I sit down with the mischievous-looking purple rabbit. Jax? I sit down in the teacher's chair. Voy a sentarme en la silla del maestro. Just me. I want to riz Ragatha, digo. Sí quiero quedarme muy buenas ondas con Ragatha. But if this is a thing that has to be done in multiple streams, pero si esto es algo que tengo que hacer en múltiples streams en vivo, pues I would much rather make that its own stream if possible. Prefiero hacer que eso sea su propio stream, digo, su propio en vivo si es que puedo. Let's be that guy. Bueno, hacer ese tipo. I sit on Kinger's open seat behind his desk. The chess piece blinks at me for a moment before surveying the other open desks. He seems content to let me sit in his seat. Oh, really? En serio? I guess you're the teacher now. The mismatched figure speaks up, raising their hand before calling out to Mr. Kinger. Huh. Very funny, Kinger. You have to teach the class. Now make them pick another seat. Mr. Kinger looks at me apologetically. Sorry, but them's the rules, kid. Well, just because Zooble did this. Solo porque Zooble hizo esto. I sat down next to the interesting looking student with mismatched limbs. I'm not going to bother asking you or your name or backstory if that's what Kane wants. I'm sorry? You heard what I said. After a week, Kane is gonna get bored of all this, and you won't even be here anymore. Did I do something to offend them? Why do you think I'm going to be gone in just a week? 'Cause that's just how things work around here. Kane comes up with some new student or adventure. Everyone gets excited to know them. Then Kane gets bored or they move away. Honestly, I don't even know why I'm telling you all of this. Nothing they say makes sense. But I'm still offended at being treated like some sort of side act in a circus. I didn't ask to be here. All I remember is something happened at my old school and my parents had to move out to the countryside. I huff. That's the only reason why I'm here right now. Zubo glares back at me, but before we can start to argue, the girl in the colorful hat comes over to us. So Pomni? Hey guys! What's going on over here? She says, looking at us. Well, I point to Zubo. Just keep saying I'm going to disappear in a week when Principal Cain gets bored of me. Well, that's no good. She waves her hands, trying to defuse the situation. You know how Cain gets when we don't play along, Zubo? You know how Cain gets when we don't play along, Zubo? How Cain feels about things isn't my problem. To illustrate their point, they kick their feet up on the desk in front of them. Pomni just shakes her head before extending a hand to me, or for me to shake. Well, anyways, welcome to our class, Minor Mole. Sorry about Zubo. They just don't really like new people, or Cain. I nod. I can see that. Well, if you want, you can come sit next to me instead. I'm sure Cainer won't mind. I cast a glance at Zubo, who is still ignoring me. The invitation is tempting. Sure, I'll sit next to you, Pomni. I think I'll stick it out with Zubo. I don't really care where I sit. Alright. Suit yourself. I don't think this makes us friends or anything. I guess not, but I find myself oddly unbothered by Zubo's cool demeanor. That's fair. I shrug. I'm sure you have a reason for feeling the way you do. That oddly seems to pierce their cool exterior. Huh? Well, yeah, I do. I feel like you just really dislike Principal Cain. Well, yeah, dislike is an understatement. They pause. He just keeps trying to come up with new things and acts like we should be falling over ourselves. I shrug. It's okay. You don't have to like me. Well, it's not that I don't like you. It's just that... Never mind. It's okay. For what it's worth, I'm sorry I was so harsh on you. Listen, to make it up to you, I usually lunch with Gangle in the courtyard. You can tag along if you want, you know, instead of sitting alone. Just as I'm about to respond, Zubo sees something out of the corner of their eye. Leave Gangle alone, Jax. Is they running off? Oh well. I guess if I want to talk to them later, I know where to find them. I was just settling into my desk and getting used to this place when something burst into the room. Principal Cain, how exciting to have you in our class today. The new figure turned to address us. At his side was Bubble with razor-sharp teeth. I don't think I'll ever get used to this school. Kinger! Class, how do you do? Principal Cain extends a hand, gesturing to all of us, before freezing in place. With a sound like porcelain grinding against porcelain, his teeth slam shut. His eyes slowly extrude from his teeth like they are not solid objects. Minor Mole, I wasn't expecting you here. A manic enthusiasm suffuses his voice as he points his cane at me. Cain has a cane! Maybe you'll be the secret ingredient to make this school interesting! He pauses at a moment, rubbing the base of his chin in contemplation for a moment. Is there any reason for you here? Is there a reason you're here, Cain? Zubo speaks to him, like they're addressing an annoying insect instead of the principal at the school. Kane perks up. That's right! The reason I'm here to make sure we all have an enriching academy experience. One filled with fun, danger, adventure! He begins to list more and more descriptors, increasing his breakneck speed until I can't even tell what he's saying. And most of all, interesting to our studio audience. He turns towards the window and stares out of it for a moment. Is he addressing somebody? There doesn't appear to be anyone outside. However, the numbers are in. Students, and it turns out school dramas are just white noise. Normally, this is the time that I tell you that means the end of school life as we know it. Kane bites on his hands in mock horror. The class and Kinger play along, gasping at his revelation. Kingle looks ready to burst into tears. However, my sweet-toothed students, your benevolent principal has found a way to bring public interest back to the school in a major way! At this point, the sharp-toothed bubble next to him pipes up.
How are you bringing interest back to the school, Mr. President?
Kane shoots the bubble a confused look, but hits his stride a moment later. You see, my little Tomer Emeralds, what's one thing no academy around here has ever had? A cast of colorful characters? A competent principal? Adequate funding? Kane shakes his head. Wrong, and surprisingly right, but also not relevant to what I'm talking about. No school around here has had a culture festival celebrating the unique talents of its students. So I, being your benevolent principal, have decided to put your class in charge of throwing the best culture festival this side of the Pacific Ocean. The California side or the Japan side? El lado de California o de Japón? Make it flashy. We gotta keep the interest of our investors after all. Egads! It's almost late for my deep tissue massage. Alright, Kinger. I'll leave you the list of everyone's responsibilities. You all have 5 days. Break a leg or two. As abruptly as he appeared, Kane darts out of the room, disappearing from view as he heads to his appointment. Alright, class. Let's see what roles Kane assigned to each of you for the Culture Festival. Kinger lifts paper from his desk and begins to read aloud. Ragatha, as the class representative, I trust you to organize the other students and make sure the festival proceeds with no issues. You can count on me! Zubel and Gangle, you two will work on hard to promote the festival. We have a pretty big school here, so we'll need plenty of posters and some art to display during the festival. I don't know. I still don't have anything I'm comfortable showing everyone else. Pommy and Jax, look up what a culture festival is. Really, Kinger? ¿En serio, Kinger? You don't know what a freaking culture festival is? ¿No sabes que es un festival cultural? Shouldn't we do that before making posters? No. I like his idea. Plus, we get to see what Gangle comes up with for her posters. If it's anything like what she comes up with when she draws Ragatha. Jax! Gangle interrupts Jax before he can finish his thought, pleading him to stay quiet. The class erupts into chaos as Zubel and Gangle argue with Jax. Pomni tries to find out what a culture festival is, and Ragatha tries to salvage what remains of class and get her classmates to pay attention. For his part, Mr. Kinger seems content to let the students bicker amongst themselves. Maybe he didn't have the rest of his lesson planned and is just waiting out the lunch bell. As if I have summoned it by thinking of it, the lunch bell sounds. Everyone drops their argument and files out of the classroom. Time to find out what I'm doing for lunch. After my chaotic first half of the day, I had worked up quite the appetite. Oh look! It's these guys, son estos tipos. The cafeteria was bustling with unfamiliar faces. Around me there was a section of places to buy lunch, but none of them stood out from one another. I picked up something to eat at the nearest food place and set about deciding where to sit down. Still, as I scanned the bustling lunchroom, I don't recognize anyone from class. So, didn't Zubul and Gangle say they ate lunch in the courtyard? I guess I could just take my lunch back to the classroom, or I sat alone, there's nobody I felt particularly close to. Let's go with Zubul. Irnos con Zubul. I pick up a garden salad from the cafeteria and stride out into the courtyard. Though there are half a dozen tables out here, they're mostly empty, and it's easy to find Gangle and Zubul. Gangle gives me a big wave with one of her ribbon arms, her company mask showing an expression of cautious excitement. Oh, this is the time of day it is. Esto enseña el tiempo del día, ¿verdad? Zubul lifts up their claw hand in a friendly wave as well. Hi guys, thanks for the invite. No problem. No problem! Did they coordinate that? Either that or they've just been friends for that long time. Or they've just been friends for a long time. So, Minor Mole, how are you liking our school so far? Well, it's pretty different from my old school. I start Zubul and Gangle waiting out on my next words. But I think I'm starting to like it here. Gangle smiles, pushing the tips of her ribbon hands together with a gentle blush. I like it here too. I'm really excited for the Culture Festival. We pass the time in relative silence as we eat our lunches. Zubul is the first to break the silence, pointing at my meal. Are you a vegan or something? Oh, this? I gestured to my salad. Not really, I just grabbed something that looked good before heading out to meet you guys. I think it looks good. Zubul shrugs. I like to bring food I cook myself. I can't stand what King stocks in the cafeteria with. Or, I can't stand what King stocks the cafeteria with. Gangle has a gentle smile on her face as she pokes a bit of shrimp tempura with a chopstick. How she manages to use chopsticks when both of her hands are the tips of red ribbons, it's honestly very impressive. I don't think it's all bad. There's a lot of traditional Japanese foods in the cafeteria. I never got to eat a sushi when I was in high school before. They go back and forth like this for a bit while I stab at the remnants of my salad. A hush falls over our table for a moment, then... So, Zubul, are you going to help me get art done for the Culture Festival after lunch? Zubul looks at Gangle pointedly. Honestly, I'm tired of talking about the Culture Festival. It's just another one of Kane's stupid plans to make us all come together and make him feel good about himself. I mean, come on, Gangle. He's having Pomni look up what a Culture Festival is. He doesn't care about the Culture Festival at all. It's just something to make us all busy. I don't see why I should put in any more effort than Kane is, you know? There's a vain tinkle like something delicate fracturing and Gangle's smile falters. Gangle's lips start quivering, tears welling up at the side of her mask. Zubul. Gangle, I didn't mean... But their apologies too late. Gangle's comedy mask has broken and now lies on the table in front of us in 2 pieces. Gangle is sobbing slowly. They give me a meaningful look. Come on, Minor Mole. You understood what I meant, right? I'm sorry, Gangle. I promised to help you with your art for the festival. Gangle, Zubul is just annoyed at being pulled around by Kane all the time, and they didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I'm gonna go with the second one. Voy a ir con la segunda. Thank you, Minor Mole. Zubul sighs, exhausted but clearly regretting that they upset Gangle. Seriously, Gangle, I promise I wasn't trying to hurt your feelings. Gangle manages to choke back enough tears to respond. I know that! I just wanted us to have all of us to have a fun day, and during the culture festival. Zubul leans over, putting a hand on Gangle's arm ribbon. I know it. I'm sorry about being so rude about the culture fair. If you want to take this seriously, then I'll take it seriously too. Besides, I think Minor Mole is really excited about the culture festival, right? They shoot me a look that tells me it's time to speak up. That's right! I stumble over my words, injecting as much enthusiasm into them as I can muster. I care a lot about the culture festival, and I'm really excited to work with both of you on preparations for it. Zubul gives me an appreciative nod as Gangle regains her composure. Her comedy mask is still broken for now, but she offers us both a delicate smile. Thanks, you guys! Can I spend the rest of the day in the art studio working on posters? Actually, I have some afternoon class. Zubul wraps their pincher-like hand around my forearm. You're coming with us. I sure am. Just Zubul's, like, facial expression. ¿Cómo reacciona Zubul, verdad? Alright, how's YouTube doing? ¿Cómo va YouTube? Twitch, Kick, Geek. Ah, hola Casiano Vite Guerrero. Hi Casiano Vite Guerrero. Okay. I let Zubul lead me to the art studio as Gangle starts to smile again. Giddy at the prospect of spending a whole afternoon doing art for the culture festival. Gangle pulls open a closet in the back of the art studio, pulling out stacks of paper before handing several pieces to me and Zubul along with some boxes of colored pencil. Since we're all doing art for the culture festival, let's all draw some posters, then we can vote which ones will make the cut. I glance down and start to sweat. I haven't drawn anything more complex than a stick figure since 3rd grade. Wow, am I really that bad? Oh, jala, soy tan malo. I glance over to Zubul's paper. They've already started drawing a bunch of unique designs, contrasting different colors against one another to produce something that looks like it belongs in a high-end art gallery. I crane my neck to peer at Gangle's art. There's something familiar about the excited anime figure she's drawing, but I still can't put my finger on what it is. Zubul sees me peering over at Gangle's work. Why don't you start working on your own poster? Well, just sure thing. I try to scribble something resembling an excited student for my poster, but the proportions are all wrong. When I try to draw the school, all I can draw is a rectangle with smaller rectangles for the windows. Okay, that part's kind of accurate to me. Esa parte sí es correcta. Como soy.
When I had a little son in the top left corner and tried to draw the courtyard, the picture is complete. Dude, I literally draw it on the top left corner. Is this game calling me out? Me está exponiendo este juego? Like, what the heck? I also draw my son at the left. Yo sí también dibujo el sol a la izquierda. It definitely looks like what a toddler would bring home to his parents. Something that would end up under a magnet on the fridge for years. Zool leans over and gives a bemused chuckle. Seriously, dude? Yeah, I suck. It's not like your art does any better. Pretty sad, huh? But it's my best work. I didn't say that. Look, you may not be the best, but we all start somewhere. If you just pity yourself and call your art terrible, you'll never improve. Zubo's pretty wise. I go back to my art piece and I try to add more to it, watching what Zubo and Gingle do and trying to mimic their techniques. Time's up! Let's see everyone's art! We set all three of our pieces on the table in the center of the art room. We all take a moment to look at one another's art. Gingle has drawn an anime-style mascot waving two flags with a school crest on them, jumping up and down saying, "Please visit the school culture fair." Zubo has drawn a series of geometric figures and tessellations with different colors. When you look at it at the right angle, it spells out culture fair. Oh, okay, random. I've drawn a few stick figures enthusiastically pointing at the box-shaped school, with a view perspective and shading lines at it, making it half respectable. Wow, I am bad, soy malo. It takes a moment for me to realize Gangle and Zubo are looking at me. Oh crap. They expect me to pick my favorite. Zubo blushes a bit, rubbing their arm before looking away. Well, I think we all did a good job. They pause. Except for Minor Mole. Dang, you calling me out! Me estás diciendo estas cosas. Gangle giggles as Zubo points out my lackluster drawing. I don't know, it's kind of cute. Cute because it looks like a 5-year-old drew it. Damn! They are roasting me! Se está burlando de mí! I swallow my pride and laugh with them. We laugh until the bell rings to dismiss afternoon classes. Well, I hated today a lot less than I thought I would. Okay, not gonna lie. Her vibes are kinda, well, I guess mine is the edgelord side of things. Like, she somewhat resembles Uzi from Murder Drones. Que más o menos actúa como Uzi de Murder Drones. Pero sin ser edgy. Sin ser emo, perdón. They looked at me, gratitude in their eyes. Thanks for hanging out with us, Minor Mole. They say before heading out, I should probably go grab my things too. I walk to my locker, entering the combination as I put my books away and get ready to head out for the day. My mind drifts to the day's events. I wonder if someone will ask me to walk back with them. As I gather my things, a familiar figure walks up to me. Oh, hey, Minor Mole. You still here? I nod, clutching my books. Well, since you're still here, wanna walk back with me? Yeah, Zubo, that sounds nice. Cool. Their voice is completely nonplussed, but I can tell they're happy I said yes. Am I seriously rizzing Zubo? ¿Qué le estoy diciendo a Zubo? Zubo and I make our way to the front doors of school. I walked to the curb trying to find a comfortable seat on the sidewalk as I waited for my parents to pick me up. What are you doing? They gave me a weird look. Waiting for my parents to pick me up. Why? Zubul seems only more confused by my answer. Minor Mole, how old are you? I laugh. That's a weird question to ask. I begin to count on my fingers only to realize I somehow forgot how old I am. Okay, bueno. How did I forget how old I am? It's not important. How old are you? Zubul raises an eye at my response, but lets it slide. I'm 22. And I'm 28! Well, in real life. Y yo tengo 28 en la vida real. I'm completely bamboozled by Zubul's response. Bamboozled? I shake my head. Well, I'm probably an appropriate age to be picked up by my parents. Zubul sighs, pinching where the bridge of their nose would be with their claw hand. Minor Mole, I don't know how you didn't notice this, but there literally is no outside world. Just the school and the dorms. Dorms? Yeah, I mean, I still don't like Kane, but at least he gave us all individualized rooms. Just a little off campus, and that was... Zubul pauses to make sure their next words aren't too complimentary towards Kane. Decent of him. They seem satisfied with their word choice. But my parents, I was dropped off by them this morning. It feels as real as my name and my last school. Minor Mole. They give me a look of pity. Seriously, try to remember any concrete details about your life outside of this school. I try, but all I get is a splitting headache. The harder I try, the worse the pain. I got nothing. Yeah, something happens to our memory when we come to this school. Come on, let's get you to your room before it gets much colder out. Zubul takes my wrist in their hand and leads me to the dorms. Alright, which room is yours? Each door has so much personality, I can instantly tell who's probably staying in each. The red and blue door is probably Pomni's. The door crisscrossed with caution tape could belong to Jax, and the ranch door reminds me of Ragatha for some reason. We also pass by a dark sleek door with bright geometric shapes on it. Your room? Yep. They're quick with their response, but not curt. Clearly, Zubul is more interested in finding my room than making small talk right now. Hey, I got the most basic ass door! Me dieron la puerta más básica del juego! Unlike all the other fancy dorms, mine turns out to be a plain oak door. We know it's mine, thanks to a brass nameplate with my name on it. Well, you want to check it out? Yeah, let's see what Kane cooked up for me. I pop open the door, looking inside expectantly. If I describe this room, it would be inoffensive. Maybe this is, well, I mean, not everything the way it was in college for me. Digo, no exactamente como fue, digo, en mi experiencia universitaria. But I mean, it is a basic boys' room. Si es un cuarto básico de un niño, or I guess a man living away from his parents for the first time. Bueno, más que nada, de un hombre viviendo afuera de la casa de sus papás por primera vez. Or boring. All the walls are painted a plain shade of white. My mattress is gray. That's not gray! That's white. This is blanco. And then with a green sheet, con una cobija verde. And a shield y un escudo. Okay, my mattress is gray with a thick dovet embroidered with the school emblem folded on top. 2 pillows also sit on my bed. Okay, well then maybe I'm wrong, o quizás estoy incorrecto. At the desk sits a pile of paper, a set of a blue and black pens, a handful of sharpened pencils, and a computer that looks like it was plucked out of an office in the 80s. Dang, are we in the era of Michael Jackson? ¿Estamos en la era de Michael Jackson? And yes, I say that on purpose because I actually didn't watch the Michael Jackson movie last night. Y sí, lo digo a propósito porque vi la película de Michael Jackson anoche. It's... Sybil pauses to find appropriate words. Roomy. Or roomy? I turn to them for a moment before bursting into laughter. You can say that again. I can't hide my grin at Zubul actually trying to be nice. It's the emptiest room I've ever seen in my life. It's literally so boring it's funny. Zubul starts chuckling too. Yeah, I don't know what you did to piss off Kane, but he must have decided to give you the most boring room you could think of. Wow! Vale, ¿cómo molesté a Kane? We laugh at sheer hilarity of my unfortunate room for a few minutes. Well, the room sucks, but if you give me a few minutes, I'll whip something up to make it less plain. Sounds like a plan. I guess I'll unpack my backpack and see if I can rearrange things to give the room some more personality. Good luck. Zubul snorts as they leave my room. I close the door. There isn't much to work with, but I managed to arrange the pens in a neat little pyramid and start trying to sketch something to put on the wall. A few minutes later, someone slides a paper under my door. I pick it up. Oh! Okay, no, not gonna lie, that doesn't look bad. That looks pretty good. Eso sí parece bueno. Like, not gonna lie, no voy a mentir. Wow. It's pretty impressive. Eso es impresionante. Okay, anyways, bueno. Zubul has done a self-portrait in a neo-cubist style, incorporating various geometric shapes to make an interesting background to their self-portrait. I searched around my desk and managed to find a thumbtack. I pinned Zubul's drawing to my wall and remind myself to thank them for the art next time we talk. Spending the day with Zubul was actually really nice despite our rocky start. Excuse me. Ay, disculpa. I hope I can spend more time with them in the future. I lay down on my bed, defeated by the day. It doesn't take long for me to drift to sleep. It doesn't feel like I was sleeping long when the lights in my room flash on, as if overridden by some remote console. Oh! Hala! The room to my dorm flies open as confetti sprays from the fire sprinkler. Wait, what? ¿Qué? Doesn't that violate some sort of building safety code? Hello, my darling toy box characters! Principal Kane announces from what sounds like the hallway. Ah, well, time to investigate. Kane, what the fuck are you trying to pull this late at night? Haha, Zubul! His laugh is fast, forced, and manic, as if he's used to this treatment, but none too pleased by it. You're in luck! You're lucky if I even let you get sleep. This he blurts out in a harsh monotone before he recovers his cheery demeanor. I'm here because even with the culture fair pulling in new viewers, we're still not hitting the numbers that the Academy needs us to. Which is why I've secured us a sponsorship with Raid Shadow Legends! No se crean. Con Max Dean. Okay, also kidding. Eso también es una broma. He stretches out the last word using some sort of effect to apply an ethereal reverb to his words. Without further ado, I introduce you all to... A drumroll plays from somewhere in the background. Ragatha looks a little more awake, but the rest of us are still trying to shake off sleep to understand what exactly Principal Cain is talking about. The Wacky Watch! You see, the vendors for Wacky Watch have been having trouble finding a good audience for their product. But now we have the perfect setting, teen drama! Okay, if we're going by ages of the official show, si vamos con las edades del show oficial, none of them are teenagers. Nadie es un adolescente. The youngest is 22, or the youngest ones are 22, que los más jóvenes tienen 22 años. The oldest one, not including Kinger, el más grande, no incluyendo a Kinger, I want to say it's 30 with Ragatha. Quiero decir que es 30 con Ragatha. Because was it Zax and... I mean, Zax. Zubul and Jax are 22. Zubul y Jax tienen 24. Pomni is 25. I mean, no, 22, sorry. 22, perdón. Pomni is 25. Pomni tiene 25 años. Gangle, I think, was 26? I could be wrong. Or 24? I don't remember. Que Gangle no recuerdo si tiene 24 o 26 años, no sé. And then like I said, Ragatha is 30. Como dije, Ragatha tiene 30 años. And of course, Kinger is like in his 40s. Y claro, pues Kinger está en sus 40s. Anyways, back to this. Bueno, regreso a esto. But we're adults. I'm actually... Now, Gangle. I know there's a lot to take in, which is why I've already taken the liberty of affixing a wacky watch to earn your wrist. Or wacky watch each of your wrists. Each of us glance down. To my shock, the watch is already on my wrist. How did it get there? What in the... And don't try removing them either. They've been affixed to your wrist with a very special adhesive. And if you try to remove them, let's just say they'll be taking a little piece of you with them. Oh no, I know. Yeah, look at this. Also just realized, casi me di cuenta, okay. Of course Zubul's mad. Digo, claro que Zubul está enojada. No well, not much of a reaction from Pomni or Ragatha. No hay mucha reacción entre Pomni or Ragatha. And then of course, Gangle with her body pillow. Gangle con su almohada corporal. I can hear Gangle beginning to whine as panic sets in. Pomni tugs at her wacky watch, but no matter how hard she tugs, the wristwatch stays affixed. Her gloves stretching like a rubber band as she pulls at the watch. Ragatha just looks down with a resigned sigh. Cain, I can't remove the arm with the wacky watch. What the fuck? Principal Cain ignores our complaints as he continues his monologue. You see, my turtle doves, in order to secure the funding, we need to make it to day 5 and the culture fair. I need you wearing the wacky watches at all times. Luckily, I secured a deal where I won't need all of you to do ad reads, but it is of paramount importance. But it is of paramount importance that none of you insult or try to disable your wacky watches. Good luck with school life. Can't wait to see what you do with the culture fair. Bye! He stretches out the last syllable as his body folds in on itself, an infinite number of times, disappearing from sight. Well, I know it isn't ideal, but at least we can all talk to each other now. Should make communicating about the culture fair easier. With sound of breaking glass, Gangle's comedy mask shudders and falls from her face. Tears well up in her eyes. I don't want a wacky watch. Seeing the situation unfolding before her, Pomni pipes up. Well, I think it could be useful. And look, Gangle, there's even a picture chat function where you can send people things you draw. Pomni goes over to Gangle, lifting her wrist and pointing out the picture chat feature. That's kind of nice. Gangle sniffles. Yeah, that's the right spirit, Pomni. Now let's all get some sleep before we start classes again tomorrow. Oh! Everyone's door closes. I heard a muffled shout from Jax's door. What the heck? Why is there a watch stuck to my arm? What the heck? Why is there a watch stuck to my arm? I decide to hide in my room before Jax looks for someone to take out his frustrations on. Oh, so he can even be a bully to me. Okay. I flick my dorm light off as I close my door. I check my wacky watch. I got a text from Zubul. Looks like they haven't updated their profile picture. So, the wacky watch has Facebook. Entonces el wacky watch tiene Facebook. I hate this thing. Okay, why does the profile picture low-key look like... Well, I mean, loose... I guess Zubul also does loosely look like Gooseworks. I was gonna say this looks like Gooseworks, but so does Zubul. Que así como esto, pues Zubul también se parece a Gooseworks. Well, or at least her profile picture, o bueno, más bien su foto de perfil. Because, yeah, Gooseworks is in the triangles, que Gooseworks le encantan los triángulos. I know, I hate it too, but at least we can... I'm assuming that's supposed to say at least. At least we can talk without being in the same room. Yeah. That is nice. I guess. Still though, it's pretty late. Wanna text more tomorrow? Okay, it almost looks like it says Vanna. Like Vanna Melon? Okay, yeah, I don't think anyone in this chat knows who she is. No creo que nadie en este chat sepa quién sea ella. But I'm pretty sure she is a Filipina American. Pero sí estoy segura que es una Filipina Americana. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be a W. Estoy seguro que eso tiene que ser una W. O W. Yeah. I almost pull my cover-ups, but my wacky watch lights up with a few more texts. And thanks for everything today. For sitting with me and humoring me. And for helping me smooth things over with Gangle. And for being cool when we made fun of your art. You seem like a really cool person, and I hope you keep spending time with the art club. Even if you can't draw for shit. It appears that whatever censor Kane has applied to the school also works on our wacky watches. Oh well. I sent Zubul a laughing crying emoji before pulling up the covers and getting some sleep. As I get to sleep in my bland and empty room, my thoughts drift to Zubul. Our relationship was off to a rocky start, but I'm glad I stuck with them. I really hope we can spend more time together tomorrow. Day 1 complete. Ooh, there's the picture. Ahí está la foto. The drawing, no digo el dibujo. I yawn as I awake in my room. The clock on my wacky watch says it's morning, but the only way I can tell is from the silver of sunlight peeking from under my door. I slide my school-issued pajamas off and look in the closet. A series of perfectly pressed school uniforms are there, with a little tag on the sleeve of the nearest one. I take a closer look. Looks like Kane left me a note. Ah, look at this. Miren esto. Hi, Miter Mole. This is Principal Kane. As part of your stay at our lovely academy, you have been provided a set of uniforms free of charge. The price of your dorm is also included in your tuition payment. What the fuck? We're paying for this? ¿Qué carajos estamos pagando por esto? No por los uniformes, pero por la escuela. We're paying for the school. Well, there's no accounting for taste, my young student. Zubal's a thorny one, but if anyone can get through to them, it's you. If you can get Zubal engaged in the culture fair, well, I'd be one happy principal / AI companion. Of course he's still AI. Claro que todavía es IA. As I pull my uniform over my walkie watch, I glance down at it. I have a text from Zubal. Want to walk to school together? You ready, minor mole? Zubal casts a glance around, looking a bit guilty. What's up? I normally walk to school with Gangle, but I guess she'll be fine on her own. Why don't we invite her, ¿Por qué no la podemos invitar? Whatever the reason, Gangle walking to school really concerns Zubal. Wait for Gangle or push to walk just you two? Now, let's wait. Esperemos. I did like the idea of walking to school alone with Zubal, but I completely respect them wanting to make sure their friend feels included. Especially considering the way Jack sometimes acts around Gangle. We can go get Gangle too. You sure? You sure you're okay with that? Yeah, the more the merrier. Thank you, minor mole. They give me an appreciative nod. I can see this means a lot to Zubal as we make our way to Gangle's door. Zubal knocks on her door. Gangle quickly exits her room, waving to me. Hi guys! Thanks for waiting for me! Gangle is the image of contentment, a warm grin on her comedy mask as she walks over to me, her head held high next to Zubal. Let's get going. I nod. We exit the dorms and head towards the school. There's a bite of early autumn chill in the air as we make our way to school. I hate how light these uniforms are. Gangle manages through chattering teeth. Zubal is visibly shivering too. Even though their uniform is a long-sleeve shirt and full pants, it's clear the fabric isn't thick enough. I can feel every breeze as well in my uniform. Just another way for Kane to torment us here. Why can't we have fall uniforms? Zubal looks at me. Because nobody told Kane about fall uniforms, and he didn't design any for us. After exchanging a look, we all race to the relative comfort of the school's internal heating system. That's much better! Zubal nods. You guys really head to the homeroom? Or you guys ready to head to the homeroom? Or I mean, you guys ready to head to homeroom? They both nod. Good. We make our way to class, but before we step in, Zubal motions for Gangle to go inside, taking me to the side. So hey, I really appreciate you letting me bring Gangle along on our walk. I know you probably didn't plan for that, and I only texted you about me, but it means a lot to me that you value my friends too. I nod. What kind of person would I be if I tried to control who you walk to school with? Still, it really does mean a lot to me. You're really cool, minor mole. I feel my cheeks heat up at the compliment. Thank you. Should we head in, right? Or we should head in, right? I scratch my neck awkwardly. Zubal nods in agreement. I take my seat between Gangle and Zubal. Time to spend another day with the art group in this crazy school. I join Zubal and Gangle to get some much-needed work done in the art room. This time Zubal is sitting right next to me, and their eyes are glued to the page as I attempt art. Mientras que intente arte. I start with a few lines and I try just drawing shapes. How is that going to help with the art festival? Or how is that going to help with the art festival? There's a mix of annoyance and curiosity in their voice as they lean over my shoulder. Zubul gives off this sort of... I don't know how to fully describe it. I guess I would call it a warm aura? Just being around Zubul makes me feel a little happier and safer. No wonder Gangle orbits them like a moon. I try spicing up my drawing a few thick lines connecting the various shapes. What the heck? Why are you drawing me? I glance down. Oops. Go. As my pen idly drifted across the page, drawing a triangle, a couple of circles, a potato, a spindly leg, and a boot, I ended up drawing a half-competent portrait of the person sitting next to me. So sorry, I let my mind wander, and the first thing I thought of was you. ¿A poco ya está cayendo por Zubul? Hombre. We both blush as we make eye contact. It's like some kind of staring contest. Our faces inches apart. The air between us electric with some unspoken tension. I break first, turning away. Well, it's not bad, and I sort of like it. Oh, really? Zubul reaches a hand over and picks up my drawing before sliding it into their backpack. Yeah, but I'm not part of the culture festival. So for now, I'm taking this so Gangle doesn't think you're not working on the culture festival. You know, it would hurt her feelings if you weren't focused. Okay! As excuses go, it's weak, but I'm not bold enough to brave the awkwardness of confronting them on the obvious lie. Instead, I keep drawing. No matter how much art I try or how much I improve, I can't stop thinking of Zubul. Dang! When I draw them intentionally, it never comes out quite right. But when I don't try, when I just let my mind drift, and I think about Zubul, I can make a few half-decent drawings of them. Even as I work on my Zubul portraits, I make sure to draw them, or draw the occasional art in support of the culture fair. Mostly big bubble letters saying culture fair. Or drawings of stick figures talking about how excited they are for the culture fair. I eventually go back to one of my drawings of Zubul, adding a sign in their hand that says, "Go to the culture fair." Okay, handle. I finish my art, stealing glances at Zubul. They steal a glance at me every once in a while, too. Whenever our gazes accidentally meet, Zubul rolls their eyes and points back to my art. But I don't think it's much of a stretch to say neither of us are really focusing on the art right now. The bell to dismiss class rings, and Gangle stands up from her corner of the room. Okay, guys! Let's all show a few pieces of art we're really proud of, and we can see which ones we want to hang out for the culture fair. Oh no, I know. I rifle around my art, realizing I used a lot more paper doing different portraits of Zubul than I meant to. I pick up the art of Zubul holding up a sign saying, "Join us for the culture fair," and a few silly stick-figure comics I drew up about the importance of participating in school activities. Gangle is first to present her art, an assortment of cute anime characters excited for the culture fair. Zubul takes second slot. Their art is a series of different styles. Their impressionist and neo-cubist work is really cool. There's one thick lines reading, "Join us for the culture fair," with dark flowers surrounding the lettering. That one's my favorite by far. I stand up in front of Gangle and Zubul for my turn. My throat dry as I try to present my stick figure comics about the culture fair. Gangle wears a smile of delicate enthusiasm as she tries to come up with something positive to say. Zubul doesn't even try, alternating between laughing and pinching where their nose would be in mock annoyance. Minor mole, you should really apply your... I interrupt them by revealing my portrait of Zubul holding a sign. They both stunned for a moment. Gangle applauds my achievement. Zubul blushes and averts their gaze. Yeah, it's not good enough to put up, but it beats your stick figures, I guess. No, Zubul! This is totally good enough! Before either of us can stop her, Gangle snatches the drawing from my hands, pinning it on the board in the art room. Fireball, it's clear to me that you have been holding out on us. Mira su reacción de Gangle. Look at Gangle's reaction. Mira la reacción de Gangle. I mean, Zubul doesn't surprise me. Zubul no me sorprende. Tomorrow, I want to see at least 6 more of this good. Okay, that was just lucky. Eso fue pura suerte. Suertudo. Gangle gives me a serious look. Oh, she changed expressions. Cambió expresiones. I nod with a go. Oop. Gangle then pauses and gives us both a look. Oh, Zubul, I almost forgot. Ragatha wants to walk with me today and talk about the art for the culture fair. Hey, Springtrap, how are you doing today? Oh, you're on Twitch? Estás en Twitch? Okay. How are you doing? Springtrap 1996. Oh, look, that's a year older than me. Eso es un año más mayor que yo. I can't join you today for the walk home. Maybe Minor Mole can. Or maybe Minor Mole can? That's good to hear that you're doing good. Is that okay with you, Zubul? Yeah, sure. Is there an undertone of excitement in Zubul's voice? Or yeah, sure. Zubul walks me home. Even though we've only spent a couple of days together, conversations comes with a surprising ease. We begin to catch up on our lives outside of the school. So, Zubul, how did you get so good at art? I used to be a tattoo artist before I came here. Wow, really? Yeah, that's actually where my interest in art came from. Sometimes when I hang out with Gangle in the art club, I just sort of channel my time as a tattoo artist or draw something I remember doing for a client. You know, I always wanted to get a tattoo. Okay, real talk. I personally don't want a tattoo, like, on me, personally. I mean, I'm not hating on people who have tattoos. I mean, I can appreciate the art. I just wouldn't like it on my own skin, on my own body, personally. O sea, yo personalmente nunca quisiera tener un tatuaje en mí. No que odia los tatuajes, el arte de los tatuajes, se puede verse bien, pero personalmente yo no lo quiero en mi cuerpo. But sure, for the sake of the story, let's say I want a tattoo. Bueno, para la historia, digamos que sí quiero un tatuaje. But not the pero no yo de la vida real, but not the real life me. Really? That's not super true. I'm actually pretty scared of the pain and needles, but it would just seem so cool that it would feel lame to admit that. Okay, so it actually does reflect me. Entonces sí me refleja. Okay. Yeah, I always wanted to get a tattoo from one of my favorite anime. Zubul snorts at the mention of anime. Is anime not cool? Or, something. Zubul notices the change in my demeanor. No, I can do a tattoo from an anime. I just laughed because you sounded so excited talking about getting an anime tattoo that you reminded me of Gangle. Gangle watches anime? Hold on. Okay, I'm bringing these over here. Voy a poner estos aquí. That explains her manga-like art style. Okay. She's cooler than I thought. I don't have a tattoo gun here, though. Aw, that's too bad. I breathe a sigh of relief. I could still do a tattoo, though. Sort of. How can you do a tattoo without a tattoo gun? Pomni actually gifted me a henna kit. I have no idea where she got it, but I could probably do something for you. Okay, though I will say, digo, sí voy a decir. Okay. Hold on. I actually do need to throw this away. Sí tengo que tirar esto. Like when I was starting college, well, over 10 years ago, sí, cuando comencé la universidad, digo, hace más de 10 años, I actually was kind of curious to try a henna tattoo, but I never got the chance. Sí, o sea, sí me daba curiosidad de tener un tatuaje de henna, pero nunca me tocó la oportunidad. I think about it. Do you still have to use a needle? Nah, it's kind of just like dyeing your skin. I can just prepare the paste and wait a few hours, then draw a tattoo. Oh, okay. So that's okay. So yeah, it does last on you for a few weeks, but it's not that permanent. O sea, sí dura, digamos, con unas semanas, pero no es algo totalmente permanente. That sounds like the best of both worlds. I nod eagerly. It would be really cool to get to have your art on me forever. Zubul turns away from me. Well, you know, henna tattoos only last like 3 weeks tops anyways. But I can try to think of something to do for you. I nod again as Zubul recovers their cool, turning back to me and nodding approvingly. Yeah, I'll definitely come up with something. The dye takes a while to prepare though, so I'll probably have to prepare it one morning, then keep you after school to do the tattoo. I shrug. Sounds fine to me. Zubul nods and we reach the dorms. I don't want things to end just now, though. Hey Zubul. What's up? What's up? Do you want to... Why is my mouth so dry? Want to, keep hanging out? Zubul pauses for a moment before nodding. Yeah, I didn't have any plans after school. Let's hang out. Yes! Cool. I'll drop my stuff off in my room and we'll meet you in the lounge. Yep. I practically sprint to drop my backpack and English textbooks off in my room before heading to the lounge. Okay, hold on, I will have to come back. Okay, si voy a tener que regresar. I need to go to the restroom, tengo que ir al baño. And throw this away, y tirar esto también. Alright, I'm back. Ya regresé. Zubul arrives a few moments later. I sit on the couch and Zubul comes over and sits next to me. We sit there awkwardly for a moment and I realize I wanted to keep hanging out with Zubul, but I don't have any idea of what to do. After a few seconds, Zubul breaks the silence. So, Minor, did you have anything you wanted to talk about? They trail off. I rack my brain to think of something. Cold weather we're having? Zubul snorts. I guess so. Or, I guess so. Anything else you wanted to talk about? I keep trying to think of things to bring up, but everything I think of seems lame. I can't think of anything. My cheeks burn red with embarrassment. My cheeks burn with embarrassment? Okay, wait, hold on. Okay. Okay, good. That's right, I can go back through the text. Puedo regresar a los textos. I wanted to look cool and hang out with Zubul, and now that we're together, I can't think about anything that seems worthy of their time. Well, if you don't have any ideas, maybe I can show you where I like to hang out. Yes! That comes out a little louder than I meant. I mean, that's cool. Zubul chuckles before going over to a small broom closet and opening it. I told my head in confusion. Maybe the new cool trend is hanging out in broom closets? I almost questioned them when they kneel down and push a false door out from behind some cleaning supplies. They lead me down a cramped spiral staircase that goes underneath the lounge. Oh, a bar! Una barra! Una cantina! The spiral staircase leads down to a room with antique furniture, a countertop, and an assortment of liquors. Is this a... Welcome to the speakeasy, or the speakeasy. Antique lighting fixtures hanging from the ceiling. In the back corner, there's even a pool table on a dartboard. I have to take a seat at the counter. Zubul steps behind the counter without further ado. After I worked as a tattoo artist, I started working as a bartender. They're full of surprises. This place is so cool. I'm surprised Principal Kane lets us have a bar in the school. Zubul shrugs. I don't think it's supposed to be here. Basically, only I know about this place. Well, I guess now basically just you and me. I feel honored to share the secret with Zubul. Thanks for showing me this place. No problem. I think Kane meant for this to be part of a different adventure, but he got confused or forgot where he placed it, so now we just have a secret bar underneath the lounge. I'm not sure what they meant by a different adventure, but I decided not to question too much. So, can you make me a drink? I can make any drink. Oh yeah, I guess I should also say, tal vez también debería de decir, I actually don't like to drink alcohol either. Tampoco me gusta tomar alcohol. For a second, I think of a drink my uncle used to order. It was called a corncob blitz and involved some sort of yellow liquor served with a corncob. So basically something to terrify Jax. Básicamente algo para darle mucho terror a Jax. But then I think of something better. I'll just have a cosmopolitan. Sure thing. In no time at all, Zubul has prepared my requested drink and set it in front of me. Here goes. I down the drink. It goes down smooth. Zubul really knows what they're doing behind that counter. So how about you, mysterious new kid? What's your story? Oh, you know, I come from a humble apartment in the inner city. Grew up with 2 parents who worked full-time to support us. The alcohol and the cosmopolitan hits me all at once. They always have these big plans for me. Oh yeah? Zubul leans forward. Yeah, since I was little, they always put me in extracurricular lessons and found camps for me to go to in the summer. Zubul nods. Another drink? Yeah, another Cosmo, please. Zubul mixes up one for me in record time, and I down it again. Honestly, it got kind of exhausting, and I was always either studying for school or taking lessons with tutors. I felt like they didn't even want me home sometimes. Zubul nods sympathetically. My mom was always saying I was meant for great things, and I just had to keep trying out different things until I found out what that was. Sounds stressful. I nod. Okay, I'm gonna put the camera here. Voy a poner la cámara acá. You don't know the half of it. Another drink? I nod again. Keep the cosmos coming. Zubul mixes me another one and hands it to me. I guess all those lessons paid off though. I got really good at piano. Piano? Zubul looks surprised at my confession. Yeah, classically trained. Okay, I will say this. Sí voy a decir esto. Okay, so despite me being a musician, y a pesar de que yo soy un músico, I am not that good at piano. No soy tan bueno en el piano. I'm a lot more of a brass person. Soy más de una persona de instrumentos de aire de latón. You know, like trumpet, French horn, trombone, baritone, you know, euphonium, tuba. O sea, como la trompeta, cuerno, trombón, barítono, bombardino y tuba. What's wrong with piano? Nothing, but my parents wouldn't let up once they found out about it. Every day after school, it was lessons, meeting with tutors, practicing compositions. It was recitals, competitions. I actually enjoy the piano, but they made it my whole life. Zubul shakes her head. That sounds unbearable. Sounds like your passion was turned into a chore. Exactly. You're the only one I've told about it. 3 cosmopolitans into the night and my vision is swimming. Well, I'm glad you're comfortable enough to tell me. I hiccup. Hey! You're so cool, Zubul. I wish I was cool like you. I always feel so silly around you. What are you saying, minor mole? They won't quite meet my gaze. I don't know. I just always get all nervous. And my mouth gets all dry. And I can't think of cool things to say when I'm near you. I pause a moment. Is that weird? The blush on their face is apparent, even in my drunken stupor. Or even in my drunken stupor. I guess not. Anyways, minor moles, why are you acting so weird? Weird? I'm not weird. Though I am a bit hurt by being called weird. I'm just drunk. I'm just drunk. Minor mole, there's no alcohol in the drinks I've been serving you. Wait, what? ¿Qué? Is it like one of those ciders? ¿Son como esas sidras o qué? Wait, what? Kane is a weirdo, but even he knows he shouldn't have alcohol on school grounds. This is like a rec room with a bar aesthetics. It's not a real bar. Now it's my turn to be embarrassed as my sobriety comes rushing back to me. What was I even saying? Telling Zubul they make me feel, well, the way they make me feel. Zubul, I'm sorry. I look down at my wacky watch. Would you look at the time? Oh my god, I forgot to do my homework. Minor mole, wait. But their plea falls on deaf ears. I'm halfway up the stairs by the time I hear them, and on a route directly back to my room. When I do get to my room, I notice I have a few unread messages from Zubul. So hey, I didn't mean to call you weird. I was just, you know, nervous. I thought you knew the drinks I was serving you didn't have alcohol in them. But I'm sorry for not telling you. I don't think you're weird. I'm sorry. Oh, thank God. I wait a bit, thinking out my response. I'm sorry, Zubul. I'm so embarrassed. You can forget what I was saying. I think I was just feeling sort of confused and weird. There's a moment before they respond. I didn't hate the things you were saying. Like, JSYK, just so you know. My heart starts beating in double time. Okay, I guess I should probably put this out there. Digo, tal vez sí debería de poner esto ahí. So yes, even though in this game I am, you know, rizzing Zubul, digo, sí, aunque en este juego sí estoy tratando de atraer a Zubul. I mean, and eventually the other characters, y también eventualmente los otros personajes. I actually do have a girlfriend in real life, so there's no one I need to worry about rizzing up. Well, actually, no, let me rephrase that. So the only person I care to riz is my girlfriend, que a pesar de que estoy haciendo todo esto, que la única persona que me importa atraer es a mi novia. And I don't know if she's watching, y no sé si está mirando. But I mean, if it gets out there, pero si sale ahí, pues... Hello. Hola. Alright, bueno. Oh. Good. 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 Are we just gonna keep saying good? Solo vamos a seguir diciendo qué bueno o bueno. There's a pause. Anyways, you were right. It is getting late. I'm going to get some shut-eye. Do you still want to walk to school together tomorrow? Maybe you can tell me more about your piano playing. I can't contain my excitement, but thankfully I'm hidden from view, so nobody can see me kicking my feet in the air like a lovesick schoolgirl. Or a lovesick schoolgirl. Yeah, I like that. So hey, in this canon, I'm attracted to a non-binary character. En este canon estoy atraído a un personaje no binario, no binaria. O no binaria. Binaria, no sé. I don't know. But I mean, I can make other realities whether I'm gay or I'm straight or bi. Bueno, también puedo hacer hacer otras realidades en este juego que puedo ser atraído, puedo ser gay, heterosexual o bisexual. I roll over and fall into a fitful sleep, too excited about what tomorrow might hold to get any real rest. Okay, I will say, digo, sí voy a decir, like, usually I feel this way either when the following day I have something important or exciting going on. Digo, que normalmente me siento de esa manera cuando el próximo día tengo algo, digamos, emocionante o importante para mí. In the case of my girlfriend, and, well, I guess wasn't my girlfriend at the time. Bueno, en el caso de mi novia, bueno, no fue mi novia en aquel entonces. Like, meeting her for the first time, this actually, well, yeah, it happened to me the night before too, but also 2 nights before. O sea, esto también pasó conmigo cuando la iba a conocer por primera vez, digo. Bueno, tal vez sí también la noche anterior, pero más que nada hace 2 noches antes. And this was like, what was it, November 2024? Esto fue como el... ¿Cuándo fue? ¿En noviembre del 2024? Day 2. Complete. So there's not many days to this from what I recall. No hay muchos días de lo que yo tengo entendido en esto. Maybe no more than, I don't know, 4, 5, or 6. No sé si no más de, ¿qué? 4, 5, o 6. My alarm blares as I wake up. I get out of bed and pull on my uniform and brush my teeth and check my wacky watch. Should be able to make it out of the room in time to join Zubul and Gangle on their morning walk. As I finish brushing my teeth, I hear a knock at my door. Hey, Minor Mole. You ready? Coming! I call out, finishing up, grabbing my backpack and opening the door. Zubul is leaning against the door frame. Well, good to see you. Well, good to see at least you're still here. Huh? Zubul kicks off my door frame, starting to walk into the cool morning air. I follow after them. I went to Gangle's door first, but she wasn't answering. We almost always go to school together. They're putting on a cool facade, but I can see some worry in Zubul's gaze. So why not just wait for her? I say, shivering as the late autumn cool sets in. If we wait any longer, we'll be late. And I really don't want to hear what Kane would have to say about that. I shrug but nod as we walk to school. I guess that's his job as a principal, though. Zubul rolls their eyes. Yeah, but Kane is just annoying about it. They heave a big sigh. He just finds you no matter where you are and won't stop asking you why you aren't at school or just teleports you there anyways. There's basically 0 places to hide from him, though I found that cool speaks way under the lounge while I was looking for a place he couldn't find me. Wow, sounds like they really don't want to be here. But Kane made it a lot more trouble than it was worth. So I show up to class just to get him off my back. It's the only way to get him to leave me alone during the free time he lets us have. Well, that's probably not the best attitude to take towards your education, but now doesn't seem like a good time to bring that sort of thing up. Still, I can't help think that Zubul was the kind of person my parents warned me about. I'm hoping they were right. Wait, okay. I ignore any perceived red flags as I break into a light jog to keep up with Zubul on their way. Oh, you mean the troublemaker? Te refieres al que causa problemas. So, that's pretty much my story. They turn to me. How about you, Minor Mole? Weren't you telling me about your piano playing yesterday? Yeah, before I confess to having a crush on Zubul, hopefully they forgot that last part. Hopefully they forgot that last part, though. That's okay. I maybe said too much yesterday. I say, turning away to hide my blushing face. Zubul shrugs. You You don't have anything to worry about, but I won't make you talk about anything you aren't comfortable. Suddenly we hear a faint, high-pitched wailing. In the distance, I spy a familiar figure. Is that Gangle? Zubul turns to me, the same thought in their eyes as they race forward. Gangle, what's going on? I sprint to match Zubul's pace. The scene that greets us is Gangle in her tragedy mask. Jack stands in front of her, wearing a sadistic smirk, as he dangles her comedy mask just out of reach.
Jax, give it back!
She wails. Come on, Gangle. I just caught your mask before you broke it. Don't I get a thanks? He leans forward, his venomous smirk whining on his smug face.
Jax, please, just give it back!
She leaps into the air, the tips of her ribbons brushing against the comedy mask before Jax holds it even higher. He chuckles and as she stumbles. Wow, you almost got it that time. Zubul walks right up to Jax, arms folded. Jax, give it back. Jax turns, giving them an annoyed glance. Why should I? Stop being an asshole. Jax scowls at Zubul. He and Gangle are just playing a game. Zubul, go inside and stop ruining the fun. Gangle doesn't look like she's having fun. Gangle nods her assent to Zubul's observation. Jax rolls his eyes. You want the mask back, Gangle? Gangle nods sadly. Jax extends the mask to her, but just as she reaches for it, he whips his arm around and hurls it into the air like a frisbee. Whoops! Hand slipped. He says in a bored monotone. Whoops. It slipped. Or no say. I don't know. Jax! Jax! They shout furious. Oh, look at the time. I gotta get to class. I don't want to be late. He looks at Zubul. Don't want Kane on my case about not showing up. You know how that is. He grins sardonically at Zubul before he walks inside, leaving the three of us at the entrance. Gangle chokes out a sob. He's such a... Sorry, Zubul! Gangle interrupts them. I just wanted to be early to school today so I could work on the art for the culture festival. But I ran into Jax and I almost tripped, and then he took my comedy mask and... She blubbers, beginning to lose control of herself. Zubul puts a comforting claw on her shoulder. None of what happened is your fault, Gangle. I'll go find your comedy mask. Go to class so you don't get marked late. Gangle pauses a moment, hesitant to accept Zubul's generosity, before relenting with a grateful nod, pulling herself together just enough to head to class. Zubul turns to me. You should get to class too, Minor Mole. We're both almost late as is. No way I'm letting you look for Gangle's mask alone, or catch you later, Zubul. How about this one? For a moment, a look of surprise pieces Zubul's usual facade. But it's for the shortest of expressions. I'm pretty sure if I blinked at the wrong time, I wouldn't have even been able to prove their expression changed at all. Suit yourself. Kane isn't going to go easy on you, though. I nod, playing things cool as we walk in the general direction that Jax tossed the Gangle's mask. I scan my surroundings, seeing if the mask is lying on the ground or perhaps in the branches of a tree. Her masks are pretty fragile. I just hope it's still in one piece.
A One Piece! A One Piece is real!
Me too. Zubul's expression contours in anger, clenching their claw hand. I could wring Jack's neck for the way he treats Gangle. Well, at least you stand up to him. I mean, someone has to. They try to brush me off, but I don't relent. No, seriously. I mean, it's really cool of you to stand up for Gangle like that. She's lucky to have a friend like you. Zubul blushes a bit. You think so? Totally. Anybody who has a friend like you to stand up for them is really lucky. I give them a smile. Zubul's blush intensifies as they turn away. Well, you know, it's just that, I stand up to him because nobody else will. Which is what makes it so impressive, Zubul. Minor Mole, I'm really not all that. Before they continue, I notice the light glinting off something in the distance. Hey, wait, is that... Zubul turns to relieve the momentary distraction. Gangle's comedy mask. As we near the area where the light is glinting off the mask, we see where it landed. In the pool in la alberca! The mask is floating in the school swimming pool, which just so happens to be locked this morning and is surrounded by a wire fence. Oh no! The school has an outdoor pool? Zubul shrugs. Yeah, it's for swim team practice in the summers. I didn't even know we had a swim team. Zubul has already begun to scale the fence, making their way to the other side before I can even start climbing. They bend over at the pool's edge, eyes following Gangle's comedy mask as it floats lazily across the surface by the pool. Ah, too far out of reach. As I make my way over the fence, Zubul looks around for something to catch the mask with. There's gotta be a net or something around. Okay, let's try this. I say before I can think of what it would mean to follow through on that. No way, Minor Mole. The water has to be freeze before Zubul can talk me out of it. I'm stripping down to my underwear. Dang! Orale! Zubul averts their gaze. Hey, Minor Mole. Nobody wants to see that. Put your uniform back on. I'll be quick. I give a nervous smile. The words are as much to steal my own resolve as they are to reassure Zubul. It's now or never. I take a deep breath and dive headfirst into the frigid water. And it sure as heck is frigid. I bite back a curse as sheer cold assaults my body from every angle. The cold hits all my limbs at once. When I surface, I have to bite back a swear. It is a little chilly. I manage through chattering teeth. Zubul gives me an incredulous look, barely able to look at my barely clothed form. I told you not to. I swim as fast as I can. I'm not a great swimmer though, so it's more of a desperate flail as I make my way towards Gangle's comedy mask. The cold porcelain of the mask brushes my fingertips, and with a few more strokes, I manage to grab it. Gotcha! I cry out triumphantly as I make a beeline for the pool's edge. Zubul lends me a hand, still averting their gaze as they help me out of the pool. Minor Mole, you're crazy. You know that, right? However cold the water is, the autumn wind is even colder. Zubul blushes as they occasionally glance at me, standing there in my soaking wet underwear. I'll get you a towel, okay, Minor Mole? That would be really nice. I chatter. Zubul disappears for a moment in the nearby shed before bringing out an armful of towels. They drape one across my shoulders as I wrap the other towels about my head and body. Why did you do that? Why did you do that? They laugh incredulous. I try to be quick about drying myself off. You think if I get dry quick enough, we can... Zubul shakes their head, cutting me off. We're already late to class. Take your time. I sigh. Sorry, Zubul. I know you said Kane annoys you when you don't show up. They shrug. I don't really care about that right now. They look at me, judging by Zubul's eyes. I think they might actually be grinning. I actually kinda had fun. I smile back, drying myself before changing back into my uniform. By the time we make our way back to the school building, the lunch bell is ringing. What? Yes, we missed first period. My parents would be so ashamed of me if they could see me right now. Zubul, however, seems unbothered, giving a bored shrug at the news. Oh well. As we walk back to homeroom, we see Gangle heading out. I produce Gangle's comedy mask, handing it over to her. Hey Gangle, here you go. Sorry about Jax this morning. She looks at me with a gentle smile, her ribbons pressed together in a gesture of gratitude. Wow, thank you guys! She takes the mask, affixing it to her face, before giving us a big smile. Was it too hard to find? Zubul and I exchange a glance. Zubul lets out an awkward chuckle. Just be careful with it, okay? Gangle's already turning to walk to the art room. Now that everything's fixed, let's start working on art for the culture festival. Well, I'm glad she bounced back so quickly. Zubul and I follow her. We're just getting set up to start working on our art as Ragatha pokes her head into the art room. Hey guys! Or, hey guys! She gives us a friendly wave and a smile before turning to Zubul. Zubul, can I, talk to you? She asks, nervous at the perceived imposition of her own request. Zubul shrugs neutrally. Oh, what's up? Zubul gets up, but from where they and Ragatha are standing, I can still hear everything. So, Kane dropped a lot of things on my plate at the last minute. Apparently, he wants a live music performance at the culture fair. Oh, am I gonna get involved? Me van a involucrar a mí? Zubul rolls their eyes, sighing. Of course he does. You told him we were busy with working on the art, right? Well, I tried, but you know how Kane can be sometimes. She gives Zubul a hopeful look, but Zubul still seems pretty annoyed. Okay, good luck with that, I guess. Zubul turns to walk away, but Ragatha wasn't finished. I was hoping you could, help me, maybe? Zubul turns, giving Ragatha an irritated look. You could, you know... She makes a gesture with her hands. Absolutely not. Irritation begins to blossom into genuine contempt as Ragatha insists on the compromise. Come on, Zubul, please. Well, I have had enough pretending I can't hear this conversation. Hey, Zubul, what's Ragatha talking about? Zubul's eyes narrow for a moment, glaring at Ragatha before turning to me. Well, she wants me to... They pause for a moment, having an annoyed sigh. She wants me to play the drums for the school festival. You play drums? Before Zubul can respond, Ragatha interjects. Yes, Zubul is really good. Ragatha offers Zubul a sweet smile. And I'm not playing them. Zubul turns to Ragatha. Besides, Ragatha can take care of herself. She plays violin or something like that. Cello, actually. Ragatha says, kicking at the ground and clearly a bit disappointed. Well, we can work with something here. You know, I play the piano and Gangle... I turn to Gangle, who's watching us, a single eyebrow cocked. Gangle plays something too, right? No! Gangle doesn't play anything. Gangle says, withdrawing to herself. I shrug. Well, we can still do something with, like, piano, drums, and cello, right? Ragatha nods with unrestrained enthusiasm, turning to face Zubul. We can totally do something with that. Great idea, Minor Mole. Zubul still seems a bit skeptical. But, Gangle, you know, this isn't fair for us to just abandon her to take care of the art alone, right? Well, I can always do art at the practice. She offers a timid smile to Ragatha. I'll just bring my supplies. Sewell's eyes go wide, realizing they are now at risk of being pulled into this live music endeavor. I mean, surely we can't. Thank you for understanding, Gangle. This is going to be so much fun. Ragatha talks over Zubul, swooning at the thought of performing live music as a trio. Ragatha wastes no time, taking Zubul and I by our wrists as she heads to a room decorated with various clefs and notes, stylized like sheet music. Oh yes, I actually compose music too, digo, hasta cierto, compongo música. And yes, check out my music website. Vayan a ver mi sitio web de música. And also my music commissions, y también mis comisiones de música. Let me pull those, a ver, a buscar esos. Okay, music commissions. Okay, there it is. Ahí está. I'm going to link these here in the chat. Voy a poner estos en los chats. Okay, so that first link I put, ese primer enlace que puse, those are for my music commissions. Esas son para mis comisiones de música. Actually, let me start here. Déjame comenzar aquí. And then these right here, y luego estos de aquí. These will be for my professional music company. Estos van a ser para mi compañía profesional de música. Woo! Eso es lo que me faltaba. Ay, mero. Ok, eso es lo que me faltaba. Okay, now to continue with this. Ahora para continuar con esto. Sorry, it's just a bit of a segue. Perdón, es que fue una buena manera de promocionar todo eso. Also, I like how the background right here has gloinks. Digo, me gusta como este fondo tiene los gloinks. Let me do this. Déjame hacer esto mejor. Alright, there you go. This is better. Esto es mejor. Gangle follows with a timid smile and lugging cart of art supplies. Ooh, it's a music room. Es un cuarto de música. Es un salón. When Ragatha opens the door, I can see a piano set up against the wall. In the corner, a sparkly red drum set sit. Zubul's eyes widen a moment. I'm honestly surprised they have a drum set in the first place. Ragatha nods excited before whispering to me. Yeah, I had to ask Kane for that. I make my way running my fingers across the keys. It has been a while since I played. Zubul sits down at the drum set, hesitant. Gangle finds an empty desk, setting her papers down and starting on her art. I press a few keys and practice a few chords, and Zubul prods the cymbals on her kit with a drumstick. So, are we thinking of doing an original song? I know I've been thinking of... Zubul lifts their drumstick up, striking the cymbal so hard that Ragatha leaps in surprise. Oh! Good to see you're interested now, Zubul. I was thinking of... Zubul launches into a heavy drum beat, steadily pounding the bass drum as they strike the cymbal. I was thinking of... She tries to shout over the drums, but gives up. But to be honest, I really like the beat that Zubul is laying down. I start trying to play a few chords to accompany it. And the violin, and the cello too, y el violoncello también. Ragatha gives us a hesitant look before shrugging, pulling her bow across her cello to improvise a melody to match the chords I'm playing. How are we making this work? ¿Cómo estamos haciendo que esto funcione? I guess I've heard and seen wackier combinations of instruments. Bueno, sí he visto y he tocado en combinaciones más curiosas de instrumentos. We're all putting energy into the performance, but Ragatha's melody doesn't match my chord progression very well. And sometimes Zubul launches into an improvised solo. We finish and I turn to Gangle. So, how was, that? I say, trying to inject some confidence into my voice. Gangle offers an apologetic smile. That was, She pauses a moment, then finds the word she was looking for with a wide smile. That was a really good warm-up! That was a really good warm-up! We all exchange a look. Ragatha looks a lot more optimistic than myself or Zubul. Hey, not a bad warm-up. That's pretty good. Maybe we can base something off of what we just did then. Before Zubul or I can provide our own feedback, Ragatha begins to play a classical style melody on her cello. I look at Zubul, who shrugs before picking up their drumsticks and improvising a beat to match the tempo of Ragatha's playing. I wait a bit, getting a feel for the melody and the beat Zubul is playing before I try to create a melody to bridge the two. But it's rough going. Especially because Zubul is playing their drums very loud with no regard for how they're drowning out our instruments. Ragatha has to shout to make her voice heard. Hey Zubul, can you maybe play a little softer? Zubul gives Ragatha an annoyed glare. Can't you just play your cello louder? You're sort of drowning our instruments out. Zubul stops playing, throwing their hands up in resignation. You begged me to be here, and now it's a problem that I'm playing? I don't have to be here. I can go back to the art room and you can play cello with minor mole or something. Ragatha sighs as she stops playing her cello. You know, that isn't what I meant, Zubul. I just want us to... She gives me a meaningful look. Work together, right, minor mole? Zubul heaves an annoyed sigh of their own. I don't know what you want me to do. The drums are a loud instrument, Ragatha. It's just a bit, intense. How about minor mole and me start and you join? I have a bad feeling about this. But I go along with Ragatha's request, waiting for her melody again before matching it with a good chord progression. The song isn't the best thing I've ever heard, but it sounds like a classic style or orchestral piece. Once I'm comfortable with the chord progression, I cast a look over at Zubul, who looks irritated and bored behind their kit. So, what do you think of this? Ragatha offers, trying to be helpful, but oblivious to Zubul's simmering behind the drums. Zubul shrugs. Sounds great. Seems like you got this. Can me and Gangle go back to the art room? Zubul stands up, walking to the door. Gangle pauses a moment. Come on, Gangle. Gangle makes her way over, avoiding eye contact. Wait, Zubul! Zubul slams the door behind themselves as they and Gangle leave the room. Ragatha shakes her head. What do we do, Minor Mole? I say, walking out the door, that I'll talk to Zubul. As opposed to us keep rehearsing. Catching them as Zubul tries to hurry Gangle back to the art room. Wait, Zubul! Zubul turns to face me. Minor Mole, you have a lot of art to do. Besides, don't you need to get to work on your duet with Ragatha? I throw up my hands. Zubul, I don't want to do this without you. Zubul looks away with a huff, crossing their arms, but pauses. Gangle, can you take the rest of the art supplies back to the room? Gangle gives Zubul a nod, leaving to collect the rest of the supplies as Zubul approaches me. Look, Minor Mole, I know what you're trying to do, but I really don't care. I only started playing because you and Ragatha were annoying me about the drums. But Zubul, I'm not upset. I'm used to this. Wait, what? What do you mean by that? I'm used to not fitting in, okay? Being too... Zubul struggles to find the words they're looking for clearly frustrated. Too different. Too much. Just wrong. They clutch their arms, giving me a sigh. Zubul looks miserable right now. Look, I know I'm being a jerk right now. Just watching you and Ragatha, match each other's energy and just play together perfectly. I just felt like I didn't have a place to fit in there. They look away. I don't even know why I'm telling you all this. I put a reassuring hand on Zubul's shoulder. Hey look, it's cool. I didn't mean to make you feel left out. I'm sorry. I can just tell Ragatha that she's going to have to play her cello solo if you don't want to do this. Zubul gives me an uncertain glance. But you seem to really enjoy playing piano. Yeah, but I agreed to help you and Gangle first. I give them a smile. Ragatha's nice to talk to sometimes, but I really want to hang out with you. Zubul blushes, looking away. And I really like your drums. Thanks. I mean, whatever. They seem a little flustered. Anyways, it's getting kind of late. After we put away the art supplies, do you want to walk home with Gangle and me? I nod. Yeah, that sounds good. Zubul nods. After a few minutes, the two finish up, and we head back together. Our conversation drifts to the upcoming culture festival as the three of us walk back. I wonder what type of food Principal Kane will get for the festival. Do you think there will be food trucks? Maybe there'll be a ramen stand! The kind with cute paper lanterns and shades! She says, eyes sparkling with excitement. Just like in Uzumaki Ninja! Oh, look at her mask! Miren su máscara! Miren... She strikes an action pose. I believe in it! Zubul and I look at her and can't help but laugh. It must be a reference to one of her anime. With a smile, Gangle walks ahead of us a bit. What do you think will be there, Zubul? Zubul shrugs. Don't know. Kane is weird. Hard to tell what he's going to want to do. I nod. Well, what if you could pick? Zubul looks at me surprised. What, like the food? They pause for a moment to think. I don't know. Maybe like kebabs. Gangle and I nod. Good pick! I nod. Yeah, respectable choice. Respectable choice. As the dorms finally come into view, Gangle darts ahead, leaving us behind. Oh, sorry guys! She calls back after herself. I need to catch the most recent episode of Refriend End of Journey. She waves without turning around. Zubul and I make our way to the steps. Our rooms are next to each other, but Zubul still walks me to my door. So, this is me. Zubul looks away. Yeah, I guess it is. There's an awkward pause. Zubul shuffles their feet a moment before looking up at me. So, Minor Mole. Yes? I exclaim before Zubul finishes. Their eyes widen in surprise a moment before they let out a chuckle. Aren't you going to wait for me to finish my question? Yeah, sorry. I say, blushing. Minor Mole, you want to hang out in my room today? Oh shit! Are we actually doing this? ¡A la verga! ¿Vamos a hacer esto? Yes! I exclaim just as the first time. Zubul rolls their eyes laughing. Come on, then, you dork. I follow Zubul to their dorm, excited to spend more time with them. I feel a lot more confident hanging out with Zubul today. I feel like we're developing a genuine bond. Oh, okay, this is not a bad room. Este es un cuarto... se mira como un cuarto bueno. Like, not gonna lie, no voy a mentir. As we step in, I'm greeted by the buzz and glow of neon lights. Mirrors line the walls by the bed. Zubul pops open their closet before tossing their bag inside. I notice a box with some lettering on it, poking out of Zubul's closet. What's in the box? Zubul looks down, looking a little surprised before pulling the box out. Oh, these are my spare parts. They say like that's an ordinary thing lying around, or just out lying around. Spare parts? Yeah, basically my limbs and stuff are kind of... They pause for a moment to think. I can swap them out. Can I see? I say before I can stop myself. I mean, if you want to, or if you're okay with that. I offer apologetically. Zubul looks down, thinking a moment before blushing. Yeah, sure, if you want to. As Zubul finishes pulling the box out of the closet, I can see the lettering on the side spells out the word Zubul's. Go crazy, I guess. I get on my knees and start digging in the box, sorting out through a seemingly endless assortment of colorful extremities. Zubul sits down watching me. I reach in and pull out a plastic yellow arrow, holding it up inquisitively. That can go on my head, actually. They say, taking the arrow from my hand. Without a word, Zubul pulls their little lightning bolts out of their head. They have fixed the arrow in its place. Like this. And yep, even the change of art, hasta el cambio de arte. Whoa! I'm awestruck for a moment, then I ask, Can you do that with all your body parts? Mostly. It takes a little tugging for some of my parts, though. Check out this piece. I say, pulling out a piece shaped like a bat wing. This one is so cool. You think? They say, looking at me before plucking the wing off their back, pulling the bat wing in its place. Like, I'm Batman, like Batman, or I'm Zubatman, like Zubat for Pokemon, o saben, soy Zubatman como Batman de Pokemon, like from the Dorkly shorts, saben como de los cortos de Dorkly. Okay, getting back to the story. Bueno, regresando al cuento, a la historia, al juego, the game. Oh, wow, órale. As I keep looking, I find an oversized spotted green arm. This one is wild. Frog arm. Too big for me to use often. I put it back in the box and keep looking. I wonder if Zubul has tried on every piece in this box. Wow, lots of striped ones here. Yeah, don't really know what's going on with that. Guess Kane thinks I'd look cooler if I was a zebra or something. They snort, I laugh along with them. I find a large tentacle-shaped appendage. Okay, we are not talking about hentai here. No estamos hablando de hentai aquí, ¿verdad? Like, right? Any fun stories with this one? Zubo blushes. I don't know anything about that one. They turn away. Maybe Kane wanted to do an underwater adventure. I wore it out once, but Gangle was sort of weird about it. I'm not sure what they mean about that, but I just shrug it off and put it back. Clearly this one isn't one that Zubo likes much. Is it the tentacle one? Is it de los tentáculos? I found a large, four-pointed star-like shape and hold it up, puzzling over it. This looks way too big for a head accessory. Oh yeah, that one's a chest piece. Chest piece? Yeah, I don't usually use these ones because of the uniforms Kane gave us doesn't really fit well on them, but... Before I can protest, Zubo begins to unbutton their uniform. Whoa! 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 Órale! ¿Qué? What? I can't help but blush. I knew Zubo and I were getting close, but this... Are we actually going to do this? ¿En serio vamos a hacer esto? Still, I peer between my fingers. Zubo rolls their eyes. Underneath their uniform is a featureless spotted body, vaguely bean-shaped, that they pull out of their uniform and replace with the star. Like this. They sigh. Okay. You can look, Minor Mole. It's not like I'm showing you the goods or something. Okay. O sea, no se va a desnudar, no se va a encuerar. She's not gonna get naked. She's not gonna go nude. Well, according to this, digo, según esto. Okay. I still can't help but blush. This is the furthest I've ever gotten with someone else. Oh boy, I better not see freaking Pomni Gangle or even, was it Pomni Gangle or Jack Strip either. It's like, as far as the Ragatha one, I've kind of been a little spoiled on that one. Y espero que no se stripen que Pomni, Jax o Gangle. Bueno, pero sobre Ragatha, sí, me medio spoilearon sobre de eso. Me dieron spoilers, más o menos. Zubo removes the chest piece and buttons their shirt up again. Wow, that is cool. It's really neat you have so many parts you can swap between. I wish I could swap my arm out, like for a chainsaw arm. Whoa, we talking Chainsaw Man? ¿Estamos hablando de Chainsaw Man? Also, I do want to hear what Zubo has to say about this. Y además quiero escuchar lo que tiene que decir sobre esto Zuben. I say making a whooshing noise as I make a chopping motion with my arm. Zubo rolls her eyes. Well, I'm glad you think it's cool. They say sounding a little annoyed as they swap back to their normal body and start putting their spare parts away. Oh. I pause. Did I say something? It's just... They stop themselves. Never mind. It feels like all the energy went out of the room. Hey, Zubo. I turn to face them. I'm sorry. Zubo looks at me flustered. What are you even sorry for? Why are you saying that? I don't know. I admit, but I feel like I said something wrong, and I really didn't mean to upset you. Zubo blushes a bit. Can I tell you something? I nod. It's stupid. And I haven't told anyone this before. They pause. Except Kane. But he doesn't listen to me, so he doesn't count. But They hesitate before a sign looking me in my eyes. I hate this body. What? I hate how silly I look. And how it just comes apart and goes back together. They begin pointing to parts of themselves. I hate this dumb, oversized eye and the weird bendy limbs. And how there's so many parts in the box, but... Their eyes cloud and their voice so uncertain. None of it feels right. I'm in utter shock. Zubul, you remember how I told you I used to skip class? I nod. I just couldn't get myself out of my room. I would just stare in the mirror for hours, swapping parts out, hoping something would... They curl in on themselves, wrapping their arms around their knees. I immediately regret asking them to try out all their pieces. This is clearly something that really upsets them a lot. I'm so sorry, Zubul. I had no idea. I glance at the box of Zubul parts. A spare eye seems to stare back at me with accusation. I never felt so low. I can't believe I asked you to... Zubul shakes their head, putting a hand on my shoulder. Trust me, Minor Mole. You didn't ask me to do anything I haven't done a dozen times. Or anything I wasn't comfortable doing in front of you. Honestly, that was the first time someone told me they thought my parts were cool. I smile at them, helping them push the box back in the closet. Hey, want to do something else? I nod. What did you have in mind? How about that henna tattoo? Didn't you say the ink took some advance notice to prepare? Zubul nods, producing the ink from a desk drawer. I did, but I prepared it ahead of time in case you ever wanted to come over and hang out. They look me up and down. So, where did you want the tattoo? I pause a moment. How about, like, the back of my shoulder? Zubul shrugs. Sounds good to me. Do you have any cool designs you know how to do? Zubul nods, showing me an array of stencils they use for the henna dye. Any of these speak to you? Ooh, okay. Should I go for the koi fish or the dragon? Que vaya con el pez o con el dragón. ¿El pez coyo o el dragón? Go for the koi fish. Irnos con el pez koi. Zubul goes over to a boombox on the floor after I pick a stencil, putting on some relaxing music as they get their supplies ready. Even though I had to strip down after getting soaked this morning, I'm still a little shy as I take off my top for Zubul. Zubul sets the stencil against the back of my shoulder before dipping their brush in the ink and applying it. I let out an involuntary shiver. This is so cold. Come on, Minor Mole. If you move, you're going to mess up the tattoo. This is sorry. After I get used to the coolness of the paste, it actually feels kind of good. Zubul is quiet, completely focused on the tattoo as they work behind me. I'm grateful for the relaxing music that fills the silence, but try to come up with something to talk about with Zubul anyways. So you used to be a bartender and also used to be a tattoo artist. What other kinds of jobs have you done? Well, I technically worked at Spudsy's for a day, but I don't really count that. They pause. I wanted to go back to school, but life had other plans. There's a moment of silence before I can think of another question. Well, do you have any other hobbies? When did you pick up drums? I was a kid when I started playing drums. They say, going quiet for a moment as they focus on a specific part of the stencil before continuing. Aside from that, I guess I used to check out an abandoned building, but mostly it was just drums. The more I learn about Zubul, the more I feel impressed by them. It's like every new thing I learn makes Zubul exponentially cooler, even if they don't see themselves that way. You were really good on drums earlier. Did you play for a band? Yeah, we never really made it out of my parents' garage, but we did a lot of punk and hardcore style stuff. I really liked it. If you can come back tomorrow, I bet we could get something really amazing for the festival on Friday. They pause again with a reply. It's a bit quieter than before. Maybe. They say, so, what about you? What do you do for fun, Minor Mole? I think a moment. Well, I do play piano a bit, and sometimes I watch anime. I trail off, but that's it. And there doesn't seem to be all that much to do on school grounds, so I guess I don't really do much with my free time these days. Yeah, tell me about it. Sometimes I get so bored I feel like I'm going to go crazy. I nod. Totally. If I didn't have you and Gangle to talk to, I feel like I would have gone crazy already. Honestly, I'm surprised you don't all hang out together more often. I feel so lonely when I'm alone in my room. But when I have someone else to hang out with, the school doesn't seem so bad. There's a quiet moment as Zubul finishes up the tattoo. Alright, and done. You'll need to let it set for a bit. The longer you leave it alone, the darker it'll come out, and the longer it'll last, so you can just rinse it off when it's dark enough for you. I nod. I wish I could see it now. I bet it looks epic. Zubul rustles around their room for a moment before holding a mirror behind me, angling it so I can see the tattoo. Here, look. Whoa, that's amazing, Zubul. I'll be super careful so it doesn't smudge. I'm starting to regret that henna is temporary. I'd love to have some of your art on me permanently. Zubul looks away in the mirror. I can see them blushing behind me. Okay, as I said before, como dije antes, me in real life, I don't want a tattoo. A henna tattoo maybe. O sea, voy a recordarles, I'm going to remind you, que en la vida real yo no quiero un tatuaje. Un tatuaje de henna, quizás. But like a permanent tattoo, no. Pero un tatuaje permanente, no. Well, you know, that's really nice of you to say. We both sit there, neither of us sure how to break the awkward silence that has settled between us when an unexpected third party does it for us. Well, what is going on in here? Damn it, Kane! A la madre, Kane! He pops into existence just over my left shoulder. Zubul and I almost jump out of our skin. Kane, what the hell are you doing here? The real question is, what is a shirtless minor mole doing in your room past curfew? He says, leaning towards Zubul, and as he pokes his cane in their face. You of all people know we have to adhere to a strict PG rating, so I can't let either of you two hormonal students go any further. We aren't doing that! No estamos haciendo eso! Zubul and I exchange a look, blushing furiously. Kane, shut up! We weren't doing anything. Yeah, Kane, it's not like that. We were just... Zubul and I stumble over each other's words as we try to clarify that nothing dirty was happening. Sorry, can't risk anything. The FCC will have my hat if I let this go any further. He adjusts the top hat he's wearing. And nobody takes my hat. Au revoir, my amor. He grins, snapping his fingers. I'm instantaneously transported to my own room. Well then, bueno. I check the mirror. Whatever Kane did, it thankfully didn't smudge the tattoos Zubul gave me. Once I'm sure I'm in one piece, I shoot Zubul a text on my wacky watch. Kane still there? Okay, there it is. There's a few minutes before Zubul responds. I finally got him out. Sorry about him. Not your fault, and at least the tattoo still looks cool AF. Alright, you know what that means? ¿Saben lo que significa eso? Cool as fuck. I'm glad to hear that. Try not to smudge it off for the next few hours. Want to walk to school together tomorrow? Yes. See you tomorrow? See you then. This afternoon was a lot of fun. Spending time with Zubul was really exciting. As I drift off to sleep, I start to wonder if my feelings for Zubul are running deeper than I originally thought. And I promise I'm not doing this for the sake of the story. I'm actually trying to get this, or my shirt, situated. Les prometo que no estaba haciendo esto, digo, nomás, digo, por lo de la historia. Estaba tratando de acomodar mi camisa. And day 3 complete. Día 3 completado. So is this a 7-day thing? ¿Esta es una cosa de 7 días? The first thing I do when I wake up is head to the bathroom and take off my top to check the henna tattoo. I'm still groggy. I stayed up pretty late last night because I was scared I would smudge the ink by sleeping on it. Though I eventually took a cool shower to rinse off the excess ink and surrendered to sleep. I can't wait to show Zubo how cool this looks. As I start imagining hanging out with them, I blush a bit, remembering how close we got last night. And I hope just a little we can get closer as we keep hanging out. I'm pulled out of my thoughts by a knock on the door. I pull my top back on and open the door. Zubo and Gangle were already there waiting for me. You excited for the culture festival tomorrow, Minor Mole? Okay, so it's a 5-day campaign, I'm guessing. Es una campaña de 5 días? She gives me a gentle smile. I nod, stepping out of the door and beginning the long trek to school with my 2 friends. This week went by so fast, huh, Minor Mole? It sure did, but I've been having so much fun, even though it's just the first week. Oh wow, almost forgot it's your first week here. Zubul nods. Yeah, it's weird to think about. It feels like you've been a part of the group for a lot longer. I can't help but blush at their friendly words. Well, I couldn't ask for better friends to help me get used to the school. Before I came here, I was so nervous, I really struggled to make even surface level friends. And the friends I did make wouldn't stick around for more than a semester. I guess what I'm saying is, you guys are better friends than I could have asked for. Minor Mole? She looks at me, emotion welling in her eyes, before pulling Zubul and I into a group hug before either of us can resist. That's how I look! Así es como parezco! You guys are the best friends I could ask for! She says, producing a camera with a sly grin. Gangle, wait. Zubul says, squirming. Gangle doesn't wait, holding up the camera high before snapping a pic of all of us. Gangle slides the camera slyly back into her uniform. I bet even Jets would be too scared to try anything with us now. Zubul squints. Yeah, I could kick his ass, no problem. They flex their claw arm as Gangle and I pretend to fawn over their impressive figure. We all burst into laughter as we approach the school entrance, making our way up the staircase before sitting in our usual spot in homeroom. Ragatha waves to us. Oh, hey Zubul and Minor. Good morning. Have you two decided if you're going to participate in the band? She offers a coy smile, leaning towards us, her gaze primarily focused on Zubul. I think Zubul and I are going to pass on the... Zubul interrupts me. We'll meet you in the music room once English class is over. That was... unexpected. Oh my gosh! Thank you both so much! She beams. Well, you know... They scratch the back of their neck, looking away. I don't think I was being really fair to you two yesterday, so, They pause. Sorry. Zubul barely gets their apology out before Ragatha jumps into offer one of her own. No, I'm actually the one who needs to be sorry. I was trying to control everything and I was the one who asked you and then... It's fine, Ragatha. Zubul interrupts Ragatha's apology before the ragdoll can get too carried away. Ragatha offers a grateful smile in response, nodding before facing the front of the class as Kinger starts the lecture. I still have questions though. Once Kinger is done taking attendance, I turn to Zubul. You, changed your mind? Zubul shrugs as if it's no big deal. Well, I was thinking about what you said yesterday. And I realized that I'd rather spend time working with you and Ragatha than just moping around. And, I guess I like spending time with you. They say with a blush. I want to try doing stuff you like, you know. Thanks, Zubul. I'm sure I'm blushing just as much. I try to focus on the lecture, but Zubul is the only thing I can think of. When my eyes occasionally drift to them, I find it hard to look away. I wonder what thoughts are running through Zubul's head. Are they thinking about me too? Hey, minor mole. I jumped, pulled from my thoughts. It's lunchtime. Did I really miss the bell? Oh no, I must really be head over heels for Zubul. Ready to head to the music room? I nod enthusiastically. Zubul turns to Gangle. Hey Gangle, Minor Mole and I are going to help Ragatha with the music thing. You want to draw in the music room while we do that? Gangle nods. I'll get my stuff from the art room and meet up with you guys. Leaving me and Zubul to walk to the music room. Just the two of us. Zubul and I walk into the music room. Ragatha's already setting up her cello by the time we open the door. I head over to the piano bench. Zubul gets behind the drums. Maybe today would be a good day to take the lead. See if I can come up with something that emphasizes Zubul's aggressive drumming style while also letting Ragatha's more classical style shine. Hey guys, I have an idea. Ragatha and Zubul both pause, waiting for me to continue. What if, when we play today, we try to showcase everyone's talents? How would we do that? Well, I was thinking we could all take turns. They both seem interested in the idea. What if I play the melody for the first part? Then we do a sort of chorus where we all contribute. Then Ragatha takes the lead on the second bit, and then we both pause, playing to let Zubul do a drum solo. And we finish by repeating the chorus. Ragatha smiles, nodding, excited to try it. Zubul looks a bit skeptical but shrugs. I can just play a basic beat until we get the chorus. Would that work? I nod. Okay, 3, 2, 1. We try my plan. It's rough going at first. I stumble a bit through the five verses, trying to pick a good melody to match Ragatha's harmony. And when we first launch into the chorus, we all play so loud that we end up clashing in with one another. Okay, again, from the top. It takes about 4 or 5 tries for Ragatha and I to match up with a good melody and harmony. And it takes a few tries after that to match each other's volumes. But finally we end up with something that I'm pretty happy with. Just as the piano and cello fade into silence, Ragatha gives Zubul a nod. Zubul plays an impressive solo, incorporating the snare cymbal and drum into a high-energy solo, which naturally leads into the final repeated chorus verse, where we all showcase the best of our musical skills. As we finish, we hear a quiet applause. We are playing so loud that someone outside the room could hear us. As I cast a glance around the room, I remember Gangle joined us. I thought it was really good, she says with a shy smile. Ragatha wipes her forehead. Alright, well, practice makes perfect. She gives me an enthusiastic smile despite her apparent exhaustion. I nod and we launch into the number again. This time we work on balancing our dynamics so that no one instrument drowns out the others. By the time we've gone over feedback and settled on a style we like, Zubul is sweating, my hands ache, and Ragatha looks like she's going to collapse on her cello. But I have to admit, it sounds pretty good. Alright, I think we got the hang of things. It sounds pretty good, right? I nod. Guys, this sounds amazing! She says, I wonder how she can keep up that boundless positivity in her face of how exhausted we are. I'm sure it'll be good enough for Kane. She chuckles nervously. Zubul shrugs. Kane gets what he gets. Or Kane gets what he gets. I'm happy with it. Ragatha gives Zubul a grateful smile. If she doesn't agree with the sentiment behind Zubul's statement, she is at least very happy to have Zubul's approval. Hey Zubul! Yeah? I'm really glad you decided to join us today. I nod. We do make a pretty good team. I look at Zubul, who is also nodding. Ragatha claps her hands. sorry, I just remembered. Kane wants us to come up with a band name for tomorrow. Zubul snorts. This is literally the first and probably only time we're playing together. I know, but... She trails off. The message is clear. We have to keep Principal Kane happy. Zubul shrugs. I don't know. Hey, Minor Mole, how about you pick? Dang. Gotta think something up. What should our band be called? Riz! How about that, Riz? Riz? I like that. Zubul nods. Riz, huh? Has a nice ring to it. Just as we settle on the name I picked out, Ragatha's wacky watch buzzes. Oh, wow! Is it really that late? I still have so much to organize. She gives us an apologetic smile. Are you okay? Are you all okay if I head out? I'm sorry, the culture fair. It's cool, Ragatha. We can clean up in here. Ragatha nods with one last apologetic smile before she heads out. So, Minor Mole, Gangle, you guys want to be done for the day? Just drop off Gangle's art stuff in the art room. Actually, I just remembered I forgot my backpack in my locker. Do you guys mind if I pick that up and meet you at the school entrance? Zubul and Gangle nod, heading into the art room. Just as I close the piano lid and get ready to leave, I hear the door creak open. I duck behind the piano. Who could be sneaking in? To my surprise, it's... Jax? Holding a larger pair of scissors, he skulks into the room before spying the cello. He slips the scissors behind one of the strings and... Hey! I shout. What the... Huh? He pauses a moment before spotting me, giving me a wicked grin. Oh, Minor Mole, didn't see you there. What the heck are you doing? Relax, just... He closes his scissors around the strings with a sad, high-pitched twang. The string is cut in half, completely unusable. This. His grin widens. Well, why? Words fail me in the face of Jack's undisguised enthusiasm for his own cruelty. To mess up the culture fair, duh. He says like that's a normal motivation. After I finish up in here, I'm gonna throw paint all over the art room. Well, fuck you too, Jax! Pues que te vayas a joder también, Jax. And try to find out what everyone else is doing to see what I can do to mess that up too. But just... I say, still not fully understanding. Why? Jax rolls his eyes. Because I can. And because it's funny. He says, snipping out another string on the cello. Could you maybe not do that? He looks at me completely deadpan. No. Well, talking to him isn't doing me much good, and we only have a couple spare cellos. If Jax finds those, it's curtains for Riz. Think, Minor Mole, think. What would Zubul do? I launch into action. Hey, wait! Jax has moments before I launch myself towards him, tackling him into a wall. I won't let you mess this up! We worked really hard! Ugh, get... He squirms, trying to get an arm free. I bite it. Ow! What the heck is wrong with you? He keeps wriggling as I try to wrestle the scissors from his grasp. Get off of me, Minor Mole! I will stab you! Just stop! Jax's scissors nick my sleeve and I recoil. Did he actually just try to stab me? I stumble backwards, knocking over a cymbal from the drum set, which falls into the ground with an immense clatter. The noise attracted someone's attention as the door to the room flies open and in storms. What the hell are you doing here, Jax? Jax eyes my sleeve. I didn't mean to do that. I was just... You are so dead. Zubul gives him a look that could wither a tree to its roots. He was trying to mess up the culture festival. I pipe up. Jax rolls his eyes. Oh boy. Zubul and the tattletale. Am I supposed to be scared? Zubul turns to me. Minor Mole, lock the door. I nod, standing up and locking it. Jack's eyes dart to the door, then Zubul, all sense of humor fading from his face as he blanches. What are you doing? Wait, hold on, don't! Ow! Fuck! Stop! Zubul's wacky watch buzzes. Hey! Jack's cursed in this! Jack's dijo malas palabras en esto! As he apparently doesn't ever do so in the show. Que según no, nunca lo hace en el show. But hey, at least we got to have a story where Jax does suffer. Bueno, al menos si nos toca una historia en donde Jax sí sufre. Oh, that's Gangle. She just made it back to the dorms. Apparently there's a new episode of her show on tonight. Sorry you got held up with me. I giggle nervously, but Zubul shrugs. It's fine. I would have just worried about you if I left you alone after I heard the cymbal fall anyways. You were? Worried about me? Zubul blushes. Yeah. A little. Why are you asking that? I blush too. I just wanted to, that is... I don't have a good answer, so I just give Zubul a shrug. Still, I should have guessed Jack would try to mess things up. I nod. Yeah. I can't believe you tried to fight him off, though. They laugh. I laugh a bit, too. That's pretty brave of you. Well, you can't always be the only one who stands up to him. But honestly, I was just trying to think of what you would do. I guess you could say you inspired me. What I would? They trail off, blushing before continuing. Well, that's cool that you thought of me. The tension is so thick you could reach out and cut it. I lean a little closer to Zubul when suddenly... Zubul, Minor Mole, congratulations! Confetti bursts into the air. Kane? They stammer, caught off guard. What are you doing here? What am I doing here? He repeats the question, even as confetti flutters in the air around him. Oh! He snaps. You and Minor Mole just won the Culture Fair Champion Award! He says without explaining what that means, seeming frozen in place. Meaning... They prompt him. Meaning you two put in a truly impressive effort to make the Culture Fair a success. From working on art with Gangle, helping Ragatha form a band to provide live music, to even thwarting the wicked plans of Jax to ruin everything at the last moment. You two have worked your rears off just to make sure the Culture Fair goes without a hitch. Another burst of confetti floats down. I salute you. He says, saluting, a third wave of confetti exploding and covering the path. And your reward is... He says, conjuring a drum roll from somewhere. A location of your choice! A location? I'll let you two go anywhere at all. Anywhere? Anywhere they want, dear studio audience. He says, looking in a random direction. So like, would a real bar with alcohol be allowed? Kane twitches. That was only once, and because the suggestion box requested it. And we need to maintain a PG rating, Zubul. Or, that was only once, and because the suggestion box requested it. And we need to maintain a PG rating, Zubul. You said anything. They insist. Kane twitches again. Oh, look at the glitches! Miren a los glitches! His eyes cycling through colors for a second before straightening up. Oakley Dokley! A brand new bar it is! You know, Oakley Dokley, like Ned Flanders from The Simpsons. O sea, como Ned Flanders, Oakley Dokley, como Ned Flanders de Los Simpsons. He waves his hand. Check it out and enjoy responsibly. As Kane disappears, my wacky watch buzzes. A notification on the screen tells me that a new location has been added. Zubul peers down at their own watch. Huh, he actually did it. I'm not looking at Zubul. You brave enough to try it? Last time we hung out at the bar, you lost control and there wasn't even any alcohol in what I served you. I blush at the reminder. Zubul. Zubul laughs. I'm just messing with you. I try to calm my nerves as we walk back to the dorms together. So, if her show is over, should we invite Gangle? Zubul shrugs. We don't have to. They say blushing before they continue. I actually think I'd like to be just two of us again tonight. I look at my feet, too embarrassed to face Zubul, but nod. I'd like that too. I'd say before nodding and turning to face Zubul, who is still blushing. But first, I'm gonna change into something more comfortable. Sound good, Minor Mole? Oh yeah, me too. I can probably get changed and get to the bar in an hour. That work for you? Yep. We make our way to the step. Okay, we make our way up the steps, parting once we get off to our respective rooms. Where did I leave my duct tape? Was it in here? Hey, Kinger's back. Also, it looks like we taped Jax. Hey! Oh? Butterflies fill my stomach as I step into my room and try to pick something out. Man, that was golden. Eso fue buenísimo. Que chido. That was cool. Okay, butterflies fill my stomach as I step into my room and try to pick something out. I can't believe this is happening. The first place I look is my closet. Surely there has to be something more exciting than my school uniform. And it would feel really weird to show up to a bar, a fresh school uniform. Or to show up to a bar in a fresh school uniform. I'm pretty sure that violates the student code of conduct. I'm surprised to see a garment bag hanging in my closet with a big red bow draped across. I read the attached note. Looks like this is Principal Kane's doing. Hey, Minor Mole, since wearing your uniform would violate the code of conduct here at the amazing Digital Academy, I decided to add an extra gift. This set of clothes. Enjoy. Even reading the note, I can hear his overzealous enthusiasm. Still, as I unravel the oversized bow and unzip the front, I hate to admit it, it's a pretty sharp number. It's a nice blue blazer with a pressed white shirt underneath, as well as a set of dress pants to match the blazer. Kane even included a little bag with cufflinks. It'll all be hard to ignore tonight. I try on Kane's gift, and it fits perfectly. I'm practically skipping, so I'm pleased with this number as I step out into the late autumn night. The bar isn't too far, which I'm grateful for, as the shoes Kane lent me are more for looking nice than actually walking. Ooh, nice, que chido. As I get inside, the space bustles with a low murmur of people talking. There's a stage in the center of the space surrounded by dining tables. Looks like this is a jazz bar or something like it. I look around for Zubul before spying them. Wait. Oh yeah, spying them. Hey, Minor Mole. They wave a claw at me. Wow. I hate their outfit and I can't help blush a bit. Somehow, even though I've seen Zubul put on and take off parts of their body, there's something even more intense about what they are wearing now. Zubul rolls their eyes. So I can take you like what I picked out for tonight? Yeah. I stammer. Do you think I'm overdressed for the occasion, or... Zubul scans my outfit, turning away, trying and failing to hide a blush. Oh, sure, yeah, it looks good, I mean. They clear their throat, offering me the crook of their arm, which I happily take as we walk up to the bar. Zubul, you look good tonight. They remark once more as we ascend the stairs. We walk up to the well-polished bar, sitting on stools next to another one, as we peruse the menu. The menu advertises it's karaoke night. You any good at singing? I laugh. Trust me, you do not want to hear me sing. They shrug. A red mannequin approaches the mic as we both pick out drinks. Oh, hey, it's the disappearing NPC. Es el NPC que se desaparece. A piano backing track begins as the mannequin starts singing a musical number. Yeah, disappearing guy. El que se desaparece. I was being cheated by you since I don't know how long. Suddenly he vanishes. What in the... Zubul rolls their eyes. Don't worry, that's just disappearing guy. Disappearing guy? He just shows up sometimes. They say, sipping the martini they ordered as I look at them, utterly confused. He's one of Kane's NPCs. I try not to think too hard about it as I sip my vodka lemonade. Again, I personally don't drink alcohol, but I am a big fan of lemonade. Otra vez, yo no soy un gran fan de alcohol, pero me encanta la limonada. So, like, that isn't something that just happens if you... that isn't something that just happens if you go up there. That isn't something that just happens if you go up there? Zubul shrugs. Probably not. It's the Orbsman! The next figure to approach the mic is a large figure that appears to be made of large bubbles. A familiar bass line begins to play. The bubble figure leans into the mic. He says into the mic, but it's impossible to make out what he's saying. It sounds like someone speaking too close and too loudly into a low-quality microphone. Shouldn't he give the mic some space? Nah, that's just Orbsman. He sounds like that. This bar is certainly populated with its fair share of interesting characters. Orbsman sings his heart out, but I can only make out the lyrics from the backing track and what appears on screen behind Orbsman. However, everyone applauds when Orbsman descends the stage, so I guess he did a good job. Zubul downs their martini in one last gulp, wiping their mouth. Alright, I guess I'm gonna try something. Wait, really? I say. Okay, nothing new on any of the chats. Nada nuevo en ninguno de los chats. I mean, yeah. They shrug. May as well, since it's karaoke night. I watch as Zubul goes up to the person emceeing the karaoke. They have to go back and forth a bit, but eventually Zubul picks the song the MC has. Lights come up as the opening bars to a well-known jazz standard. Are they singing "Fly Me to Mars"? Fly me out to Mars. Let me watch the planets turn. I like to know what summer's like on Venus or Saturn. As they sing, I don't know if it's the vodka lemonade talking or my own genuine feelings, but I get completely lost in their voice and their eyes. Colored lights swirling around and the karaoke song lyrics go behind them, but I can't help but focus on Zubul. It's as if the lights in the bar themselves dim, as if every background noise gets silent, as if the world is just me on my bar stool and Zubul on stage, or on the stage. As the song comes to a close, they make direct eye contact. In different words, I want to be with you. In different words, I like you. They sing, looking at me. I melt. The bar applauds as Zubal's performance comes to a close. The bar lights coming back up, letting the surrounding crowd flood back into reality. Despite their blush, Zubal takes their seat next to me. That was... I know, I'm not really in the right range, and that song is corny anyways. They scratch the back of their neck. Amazing! Zubal seems surprised by my response as they look away. Well, I guess I'm glad you liked it. I loved it. I swooned before catching myself. The, song that is, you know, has a lot of sentimental meaning to me. Zubal turns to me. Really? Yeah, my mom really liked Hank Bimbatra. So it was always playing on her old turntable. Your mom has good taste. Yeah. The bartender hands Zubal another martini, which they raise. To moms with good music taste. Or to moms with good music taste? To moms with good music taste. I agree, toasting them with my second vodka lemonade. A few other NPCs go up. ¡Evil Pomni! ¿Está Evil Pomni? ¿Pomni malvada? Holy shit, a la verga! There's one that bears a striking resemblance to Pomni. Except this one appears to have jagged teeth. And her outfit is red where Pomni's is yellow, and yellow where Pomni's is red. Don't you mean blue? ¿Qué no quieres decir azul? Zubal groans. Ugh, evil Pomni. Evil Pomni? Zubal nods. Kane did this softball match once, and he made evil versions of each of us. Well, except for Gangle, but most of us got these weird doubles. Evil Pomni comes up the mic and greets the entire bar with a series of expletives. Hey, motherfuckers! She continues, but Kane's magical sensor bleeps out so many words, I can't even make out what Evil Pomni was trying to say in the first place. And tonight, I'm singing Fuck You by CeeLo Green! And yes, he actually does sing that, for the record. No, en serio, sí canta eso. CeeLo Green sí canta el Fuck You. A discordant punk track that plays Evil Pomni launches into a song that is somehow almost entirely disallowed by Kane's censor. Fuck you! I do what I want! Fuck you! I do what I want! Fuck you! Fuck you! I do fuck. If the lyrics weren't a turn-off, the terrible music behind them would be. The guitar sounds like it's pleading for death. The drums are way too loud, and even chorus and verse sounds exactly like the last one. The song comes to a close after what feels like an hour. Evil Pomni does a bow baring her sharpened teeth. Thank you, motherfuckers! Nobody applauds, which unfortunately only seems to piss off Evil Pomni. Hey, where's the cheers? One person lets out a solitary whoop, which only seems to stroke her anger. You know what? I'm not getting off the stage until my talent receives the appreciation it deserves! She scowls at the MC, demanding another song. Zubal and I are subjected to another 3 grueling minutes of raw noise as Evil Pomni shouts discordantly into the karaoke mic. I would prefer 5 songs by Orbsman to 1 more song by Evil Pomni. Boys only want sex if it's sex. Or only want fun is it's fun. Or honestly, I'm just making up stuff. Digo, solamente estoy diciendo lo que se me venga en la cabeza. She sings a pop country song, her discordant shouting clashing horribly with a delicate melody. I tried drowning another vodka lemonade, but it doesn't make listening to Evil Pomni any less painful. But it does give me an idea. Evil Pomni finishes the song to very light applause. The aura inside the karaoke bar is comparable to a hostage situation. Holy wow! And I can't let this keep going on. Well, that was weak shit. You guys need to applaud 10 times louder next time. She demands. I approach the MC. Can I sing the next song? The MC, a mannequin with a headset on, wipes their brow. I can't read their face, seeing as they don't really have one, but I can tell they're relieved. Yes, please. Anything but. The MC glances at Evil Pomni. More of that. I nod. How about no zenith high enough? Or zenith high enough? The MC nods. A couple of bulkier mannequins take Evil Pomni under the arms, hauling her out of the bar. I get behind the mic as the familiar intro plays. I look around the bar and my gaze instinctively focuses on Zubul once it picks them out. There's no zenith high enough. No nadir low. If you want me, call for me. No matter how far away you are, I'll be there by plane or car. Cause there is no zenith that's too high. I begin to belt alcohol and passion overcoming my own inhibitions. And that's no nadir so low that it would keep me apart from you. I say, pointing at Zubul. Zubul blushes, walking up to the stage. Minor Mole, what are you doing? I look down at them. Singing, I say before launching into the next verse. My eyes barely drift from Zubul as I sing verse after verse, losing my breath or even forgetting a few lyrics here and there, fueled by a desperate need to be heard, to communicate clearly everything I feel in this moment. Haven't I told you? There is no zenith that's too high, and no nadir too low. I say, repeating the refrain, singing to the bar, but also singing to one person, Zubul, who mostly stands there shocked. But you know that's okay, because in this moment, I'm not a fellow student or someone else in the brand. I'm just Minor Mole, telling Zubul how I feel, even if it's through song. As I finish sweating and breathless, there's a moment of quiet. Then the bar erupts into applause. Encore! 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 A chant rises, but I'm so breathless. Well, I managed through the pants, but before I can turn them down, Zubul ascends the stage. Come on, give the people what they want. They say, still blushing from the attention I gave them during my performance. We can pick out a duet, so you can catch your breath a bit. I nod. Zubul descends the stage to request a song and an extra mic from the MC, who nods before the song starts. I have had the best time of my life, and I didn't feel this way until now, and I swear, it's very true. I owe the ceiling to you. They say, looking at me. I nod. Yeah, I had the best time today, and it's you who made me feel this way. We continue the duet. The bar's electric around us, even though I'm focused on Zubul for the whole performance. This is a good thing, right? This is some good art. This is buen arte. It's hard to ignore the occasional whistle or the way the crowd oohs and ahs at the end of each chorus. Zubul and I maintain eye contact through the performance, the tension in the air so thick it almost chokes me. But I push through, forcing air into my aching lungs and belting every chorus, calling on my strained vocal cords. And we pass through every open door to find the truth, and I owe my feelings to you. We hold that note. The moment seems to stretch out forever, crystalline and beautiful. But like all good things, the moment does eventually end. The bar cheers around us as we stand sweating, looking at one another. Well, that's where we're ending karaoke night. Aww. Always leave them wanting more. Everyone nods as the bar lights begin to go down and the various NPCs filter out. So, I say, panting, should we head back to the dorms? Zubul nods. I think I sweat through my shirt. They laugh. We hold hands. So we're actually dating, entonces ahora sí ya somos oficiales? I guess they hold my hand, and I hold their claw. I didn't know you were such a good singer. Zubul blushes. Well, ditto to you, minor mole. You really managed to hit every note out there. Even if you were singing at the top of your voice for each note. I laugh. Well, it's kind of my first time. Well, maybe before next time, we can do some breathing exercises. I perk up. Next time? I mean, I'd do that again if you want to. I nod. I had a lot of fun tonight. I trail off looking at Zubul. Zubul nods, looking back at me. Me too, minor mole. I had more fun than I've had in a long time. I can't help but feel warm and fuzzy at their words. We finally get to my dorm door. Time to ask something I've been thinking about. So, Zubul. They look at me. Yeah? Did you, mean it? They raise an eyebrow. Mean what? What you said. When? I look up at them. You know, back at the bar. Oh, about you being a good singer? I shake my head. No, like during the first song. Zubul rolls their eyes. It's a song, minor mole. What? But, like, you know, you were looking at me. And you picked the song, so... Minor mole, it's a song with lyrics. I was looking at you because... They blushed, looking away. Well, because you were the most familiar person in the crowd, okay? But Zubul shakes their head. Look, minor mole, tonight was fun. Can we not do this? I sigh. Seriously, look, I know what you're getting at. And I had a lot of fun tonight. They pinched the bridge off where their nose would be. But between the live music performance and helping Gingo with their art, and just the culture fair in general, I'm not really in a very focused headspace right now. I sag. Zubul notices my response and puts a claw on my shoulder. That's okay, Zubul. But I'm not saying it wasn't anything either. Huh? Look, let's focus on getting our performance done right tomorrow, okay? I nod. I can do that. I promise. After that, we'll talk about this. About us. I can accept that. Even if I wish I knew now, I know if I press Zubul for an answer, I'll just guarantee a no. Okay, Zubul. Sorry if I brought the mood down by asking. It's okay, minor mole. I think there's a lot of stuff going on. But for what it's worth, I really like singing with you. And I hope we can hang out more once this is over. I nod. I'm even able to smile a bit. Me too, no matter how things go. Zubul gives me a meaningful look. That really was the best time I had for as long as I can remember. We both stand there for a few tense, awkward minutes. I can't really think of any other conversation topics other than what we just said. So, we should probably get some rest for the performance tomorrow. Zubul seems relieved that I said that. Yeah, exactly. I'll see you tomorrow, Zubul. Yep, I'm looking forward to it, minor mole. I give them a smile before I close the door. Not getting a definite answer is leaving a sour taste in my mouth, but I can't deny that today I felt closer to Zubul than I ever have. I really hope this leads to something. I think about the night we shared as I drift off to sleep. Day 4. Complete. I wake up the next morning and I'm barely able to open my eyes. I spent all of last night tossing and turning, trying to calm myself down. But I just can't. Not after how we left things. Still, I yawned and forced myself out of bed, lazily pulling on my uniform and trying to make myself look presentable for the day. That must be... Minor Mole. Zubul? Hey, Minor Mole. We have to head out to the culture festival. You ready? Just a minute. I call back. Still, no matter how much I adjust my uniform and I try to fix my hair, nothing seems right. I keep trying for some time. Minor Mole, come on. We can't be late. Ragatha's already blowing up my wacky watch, asking where we are. Crap. I decided whatever state I'm in will have to be good enough. Minor Mole. I open the door just before they manage to knock. Zubul looks me up and down. You look terrible. Terrible, I know, but I can't really get myself looking right today, so let's go. I was gonna say kinda punk rock. Really? Yeah. I don't hate it. Well, that was unexpected. But still pretty decent as far as responses go. Let's get going, yeah? Zubul grants my hand and we rush to the culture festival. Oh my gosh! Where have you guys been? Minor Mole wouldn't stop trying to give themselves a makeover on the way over. Zubul snorts peacefully. Hey, I wasn't trying to. Ragatha wipes her brow. What matters is that you two are here now. Kane was getting really insistent. So, does everyone remember their parts from yesterday? Yup. Perfect. Because we'd only be letting down Kane and the entire student body if we mess this up. She says with a jovial swing of her arm. Her tone is so full of fake enthusiasm she sounds completely manic. But there's not really any time to comment on it. We step out into the spotlight. Whoa. As I look out into the crowd, my knees go weak. Was there always this many people in our school? We're all rendered a little speechless as the gathered crowd. Lucky for us, Principal Kane pops into existence. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, guys, gals, non-binary and non-binary pals. Today, the Student Council President and her selected cohort are here to produce music. The word echoes as if he is shouting into a large empty room. The crowd goes silent for a second before erupting into applause. Sorry, I had to do it. Tenía que hacerlo. Disculpen. Zubul winces next to me. Even Ragatha seems a little put upon by the introduction. Sorry, disculpa. That's right, music. Those delectable little vibrations that itch something in the human mind that just makes everything feel better. He flourishes, spinning his cane in place. Oop. He loses his grasp on his cane and he goes flying into one of the cymbals. He pauses for a second, seeming almost to glitch in place as he stares at his cane before snapping his fingers. The cane disappears from the front of the drum kit and appears in his hands. Well, that was humiliating. On with the show! Also, I just realized, apenas me di cuenta. So, he has blue and red, blue and green eyes here? ¿Tiene ojos verdes y azules? Because I know when he glitches, his eyes go blue and red. Porque sé cuando se glitcha, sus ojos se vuelven azules y rojos. Please, welcome onto the stage, Riz! With another snap, Kane disappears from sight. Ragatha casts a glance back at us, smiling nervously, but giving a thumbs up as the audience claps. Break a leg, guys! Not that I really want you guys to break a leg, or anything like that. She trails off with a nervous chuckle. Zubul turns to me from behind the drum kit. You ready, Minor Mole? Ready as I'll ever be. Zubul nods coolly. Seems like that was the right thing to say. I'll count us in, okay? I nod, giving Zubul a weak smile and thumbs up. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and... Zubul launches into their drum part. A second ago, my body felt stiff as a board, but seeing the fluidity with which Zubul plays, I feel a little much more confident in myself. My fingers dance across the immaculate piano Kane has provided. Ragatha hits a few sour notes as she tries to match our tempo, but before anyone can complain or even shout boo, we're already in full swing. Zubul executes their drum solo flawlessly. The moment they slow down, I pick right up with my piano part, starting with a complex melody. Once my solo is complete, Ragatha stands up in the spotlight and executes your own solo perfectly. Finally, after what feels like hours, but it is only 5 minutes tops, we finish. The crowd is silent for a few moments. I cast a worried glance at Zubul, who gives an apologetic shrug. It's fine, Minor Mole. I think you did a pretty good... Zubul is summarily cut off by the roar of applause. The entire mannequin audience is going absolutely wild, jumping up and down. I even see Mr. Kinger, Pomni, and Gangle in the crowd. Bravo! Bravo! Those are my students! Gangle's ribbon-like arms flutter manically as she jumps up and down. Go, Zubul! Go, Minor Mole! Even Pomni is wearing a wide smile. Amazing job, you guys! Predictably, but regrettably, our concert also has its detractors. Boo! Boo! Violence sucks! I got duct taped to the ceiling over this stupid performance! We ignore Jack's boos, and for the audience, a few students even throw roses to the stage. For a while, it's nice to bask in the glow of our achievement. After a few minutes, the applause dies down, and we can safely descend the stage. We are surrounded by our friends as we rejoin the rest of the students up for the culture fair. Seriously, Minor Mole, I didn't know you were so good at piano. Seriously, Minor Mole, I didn't know you were so good at piano. Thanks, Pomni. I'm just glad I was able to keep up. Zubul walks behind me, putting my hand on my shoulder. Keep up. Yeah, right. You practically showed us all up with your performance up there. I can't hide my blush. Everyone did their best. I think we can all be proud of our work. Minor Mole and Zubul for the win! Or FTW! Did she just say FTW out loud? Kinda cringe, but I let it slide. I'm so proud of you three coming together for the Culture Festival. Seriously, congrats to all of you. We all walked around the festival together. After our performance, Zubul and I are parched and starving. There's a stall selling boba tea, another one selling post stickers. One of the clubs is even making sushi rolls. Without any additional fanfare, Zubul and I stroll the culture fair, picking up a little bit of everything. We finally head to the courtyard to sit down and start eating in. For a few minutes, we were too busy stuffing our faces to even talk to one another. But once there was a pause, I decided to ask a question. The question that's been on my mind since last night. So, Zubul. Zubul looks up at me, pausing their feast for a moment. Yes, Minor Mole? Are we... Zubul sighs. You know, after the Culture Festival, what are we going to be? Zubul pauses a moment before answering. I wanted to wait until after the festival to tell you this. I was preparing for the worst. But I actually think I'm sort of... They pause, blushing. Falling for you. Hey, we did it! Lo hicimos! They blurt out so fast, like one word. What? Zubul huffs. I said, I'm falling for you, okay? She admitted it! Lo admitió! It's so embarrassing, I hope you're happy. So this is what a tsundere is. Zubul is una tsundere! Zubul's a tsundere. I breathe a sigh of relief. Me too, Zubul. Not the embarrassing part, the falling for you part. Zubul's blush deepens. I can't believe I fell for a nerd like you, Minor Mole. I laugh a bit, and I'm laughing in real life too. Me estoy riendo en la vida real también. Yeah, I can't believe you fell for a nerd like me either. Zubul puts their hand on mine. Still though, you always manage to, I don't know, be there for me, I guess. There were times I got frustrated with you, or times I wish you would have just pulled back. But it's like you just knew, you know? I think I do? You knew when to give me space, when to push me, what to say that makes me feel less alone. Zubul leans in. I've never really felt seen like this before, and I can't promise I'm always going to be easy to be around. But I really want to give you this. I really want to give us a shot. I do choose Zubul. I say, meeting them halfway across the table. I'm kissing Zubul. Estoy besando a Zubul. Even though Zubul doesn't have lips, I plant a soft kiss on where I imagined they would be. We did it! Lo hicimos! We raised Zubul! Enamoramos a Zubul! Their face is aglow as they push against my face as well, reciprocating my efforts. Cute! What? Gangle? Gangle hides her camera, fleeing as Zubul gets up to pursue her. Gangle, delete that picture. No way! I got the spicy moment on camera! Spicy? Gangle! They chase each other around. I can't help but laughing at the sight. Eventually, Zubul runs out of breath and lets Gangle escape with her spicy picture. Zubul sits down at the table, snapping their fingers as they look at me. Hey, Minor Mole, I almost forgot. Me and everyone else in our class are lighting some fireworks on the rooftop once the festival winds down. You in? I nod. Of course. We hold hands as we walk back to our dorms. As I step into my dorm, I notice a new garment laid out on my bed with a note on it. I read it. Dear Minor Mole, as a sincere thanks and congratulations to you, both for your contributions to the culture fair and your success with Zubul, I hereby bestow upon you the fireworks yukata, or yukata. This garment allows you to access the school rooftop for some good old-fashioned pyrotechnic fun with your fellow humans. Warning, yukata is 100% cotton and may shrink up to 20% upon washing. Huh. I donned the yukata looking at myself in the mirror. It's actually very nice. Kane picked the colors that complement my eyes and skin tone very well. I will say green is actually my favorite color. Sí, verde sí es mi color favorito. Digo, en serio. I only have a few moments to admire it before Zubul knocks on my door. Come on, Minor Mole. Let's get going. I don't want to miss any of the fireworks. I unlock the door. Wow. They stand there stunned. You look, they pause, straightening their features. Good. You look good. Your yukata fits you well. You look really good too, Zubul. Zubul blushes. Thanks. Do you want to, hold hands on the way there? I nod, taking their hand in mine as we talk together. The air is surprisingly warm for this time of year, even though the yukata is a little thin. I don't feel cold at all as we head to the school building. Honestly, Minor Mole, I wasn't expecting to really get close with you. Sometimes at this school, especially with Kane being the way he is, it's hard to form attachments. It feels like people just show up and leave whenever Kane gets bored. But you're different. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's just something about you. I blush. Something that's really special to me. So I guess what I'm saying is, don't go disappearing on me, okay? You mean a lot to me. I promise I won't, Zubul. You mean a lot to me too. We share an easy smile as we walk hand in hand into the school and head to the rooftop. When we arrive, our friends are already crowding around us. Zubul and Minermal. Zubul and Minermal sitting on a tree. Kissi. Pomni thwaps him on the back of the head. Don't tease him, Jax. It's so good to see you guys. You make a cute couple. What? Who told everyone? All eyes turn to Gangle. Gangle laughs nervously, tapping the tips of her ribbon arms together. I may have posted the picture I took of you two on the school message board, and also sent it to Rega and Pomni. Gangle! I'm sorry! It was my first time being the first one to know about something! And I just wanted to tell everyone because I was so excited for you too! Seriously? I put my hand on Zubul's back. It's cool, it's cool. It's not like we're gonna hide it once we are up here anyways. Zubul blushes a bit. Yeah, I guess that's fair. So yeah, me and Minermal are dating now. She said it, lo dijo! Well, isn't that cute? Zuby has a heart after all. Ah, and you don't. Y tú no. Call me Zuby again, and we'll see how well rabbits handle a 3-story fall from the school rooftop. Jax rolls his eyes but walks off. Lastly, Kinger approaches us. Are you guys excited to see some fireworks? We both nod. Who's setting them off? Well, originally it was supposed to be Ragatha, but Gangle asked to do it at the last second. I find that surprising. Zubul and I exchange a look before shrugging. Sounds cool. The fireworks displays goes off, displaying a pretty array of blue, yellow, green, and purple lights. Just as things are drawing to a close, Gangle pipes up. And this one's for Zubul. And this one's for Zubul and Minermal! She lights a pair of specially marked fireworks that go off, igniting a pink and white heart that stays in the sky for a few seconds as specialized fireworks go off. Zubul and I hold hands as we watch the last one display as we watch the last of the display go off. With the time, more and more of my memories return. We still haven't found a way out of the school yet or back to our lives before. I may not know what the future holds or what new challenges will await us. But I know together with Zubul, there's nothing we can't handle. Fiend. Oh, we did it. We rizzed Zubul. Lo hicimos. Atraímos a Zubul. Story by Vocastar. Big Gabonga. Music by Big Gabonga. Art by Vocastar. Assets used. Clip used by Assets Free Pick. Assets used. Unity Assets. MoArt BG Volume 3 and 9. Made with Renpay or Renpi or Renpi. Thanks for playing. Alright. Let's look at the album. A ver el álbum. Oh wait, wrong one. Incorrect. Which one have we not seen? ¿Cuál no vimos? So, are we supposed to go to one that pisses her off? ¿Tenemos que irnos a una que no le agrada? Alright, we'll have to riz other people in a different stream. Vamos a tener que atraer a otras personas en otros streams. Wow, we actually made it without my stream crashing. Lo hicimos sin que se tumbe mi stream. I mean, granted, we couldn't do this on TikTok. Bueno, no pudimos hacer esto en TikTok. Ay, ay, ay. Well, bueno. We'll see if I continue doing this next week or if I go back to Legend ZA. I mean, I definitely want to do all the other stories too. Digo, quién sabe si la próxima semana vamos a jugar Leyenda ZA o si vamos a continuar con esto. Pero, como digo, definitivamente quiero continuar con esto. But we'll see what I feel like doing. Pero a ver qué quiero seguir jugando. Bueno. Anyways. I think this will be it for tonight. Creo que eso va a ser todo para esta noche. So of course I always got my social media. Claro, siempre tengo mis redes sociales. And of course, music commissions, comisiones de música. I got coffee, tengo coffee. And then of course my professional music website, Musica IMR727. Claro que también tengo mi sitio profesional de componer música, you know, the compose music, Música IMR727. And then of course I also got myself, y también me tengo a mí mismo, like, let me say these in order, déjame decir estos en orden. Go ahead and follow me on TikTok, then síganme en TikTok también, follow me on Kik, síganme en Kik. Also follow me on Twitch, también síganme en Twitch. And also like, comment, and subscribe on YouTube. Y también denle like, comenten y suscríbanse en YouTube. Oh, this has been it for Minor Mole. Esto ha sido todo para el topo minero. This is, well, you know, this has been it for the miners of moles. Esto ha sido todo para el mero topo minero. Well, until next time, hasta la próxima. Good night and goodbye. Buenas noches y adiós. And I guess we'll also see if I'll raid someone. Y vamos a ver si puedo mandar un raid a alguien. Like I said, we'll see. Ahorita vemos.